Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Good morning.
Good morning to you. Good morning, everyone. How's everybody doing this morning?
Good.
That's good.
Good
Very
morning.
good morning. I hope everybody enjoyed their Labor Day weekend and is ready to hibernate for the wintertime rest. All right. So, very, very good. Ladies and gentlemen, before we get started, I want you to know that we're going to still need our manual. We're going to be dealing with Unit 21, the chapter that we didn't do in the class that I told you we would be doing in our math class. So please have your ebook ready and please have your manual ready. And we will be doing math, but we will be starting with Unit 21. Doing the math in Unit 21. So if you have your ebook available, if you don't, you can still follow along. But I think it would be easier for you if you can follow the diagrams that we have in the book. I'll use those first so that you can clearly see how the math is done, and then we'll do other math from that point. So we're going to be in Unit 21. And I want to do one thing with you, ladies and gentlemen. So I want to go to page 421 of your book, probably 420, 419, 419 of your ebook. And where it says federal laws that impact closing, there were a couple of initials that you have not completed yet on your initial page. I want to give those initials to you now and then get into the math. This way here, ladies and gentlemen, you have completed everything in the class that you have paid for. Also understand this class, ladies and gentlemen, is not part of your 75 hours. So if you go down below, you should be able to record. If you like to record this math class and tomorrow's class, you can record them. So it will ask me for permission to allow you to record if you do. But it should allow you to record. And I hope I put that feature there for you. In any event, I'm recording it. So therefore, I can send you a link for the class. If you don't have the record feature, it is being recorded right now. Does anybody have any objections to being recorded?
No.
No? We're good? Speak up now, forever hold your peace. You know how that goes, right? So I will send you guys all a link to today's class and tomorrow's class so that you have it, because this is not part of the state required 75-hour class. Therefore, recording is allowed. Now, it might be a lot of memory on your computer to record, so it's probably best that I just send you the link. Take me a little while to download the YouTube, give you a link, and then I can send you a link. All right. So I'll do that for you. So once again, Unit 21, page 420 of the book, 419, maybe, where it says federal laws that impact closing. And what I want to do is give you your final initials for your initial page, because you had TRID. I never gave you the answer. CD, LE, I never gave you the answer to those, and you have the big one, RSVP, or the CFPB, I should say. I never gave you the answer to those initials. So let's pick up right there, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to read this real quickly, and then we'll get into the math. So where it says federal laws that impact closing, that's where we are. Are you ready? If you're driving, ladies and gentlemen, which I see some of you are, please be very, very careful, okay? The Real Estate Settlement Procedures Act, which we do know as RESPA. RESPA, R-E-S-P-A, RESPA, you have that, is a federal consumer law that requires certain disclosures about the mortgage and the settlement process and prohibits certain practices that increase the cost of settlement services, such as kickbacks, highlight the kickbacks, and referral fees, highlight that can increase settlement costs. So this is where you have to be careful. If you're getting any kickback from the title company, if you're getting any kickback from the lender, if you're getting any kickback from a home inspector, these are all RESPA violations, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to cost you your real estate license. You're not allowed to have these, not legally anyway, these little kickbacks. All right, that's a RESPA violation. You referred somebody and you didn't do it properly. I referred you to my lender, but that was the only choice I gave you, was one choice, my lender. That's a RESPA violation, ladies and gentlemen. What I had to do was give you a choice of 3 lenders. You had to pick. But if I only gave you one recommendation, one referral, that is a RESPA violation in the real estate business. Okay? Okay, very good. RESPA's regulations apply to first lien residential mortgages made to finance the purchase of a home. Okay, very good. Let's go down to the very last sentence there, ladies and gentlemen. Loans insured by FHA and guaranteed by VA. Loans administered by HUD and loans intended to be sold by the lender, Fannie Mae, Ginnie Mae, and Freddie Mac all fall under RESPA. All right. Now, here are some of your initials that you need to add to your initial page. RESPA's enforcement has been transferred from HUD to, this is the big one, CFPB. CFPB. It stands for the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. And Obama, President Obama created this. It's like the FBI, ladies and gentlemen. It is a government agency created by the Obama administration, and President Obama created this unit to go back to after the banks. When the bank said, screw you, this is how Obama came up with a great plan to go back after the banks. And he created, like the FBI, a government agency called the CFPB, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. And this is strictly oversight of the banks. Strictly oversight. This did not exist until the Obama administration, and it wouldn't have existed had the banks treated the president with respect, but they didn't, and this is what happened. All right, so understand the CFPB, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, how it came about, why it came about, and they are like the FBI. They are a government enforcement agency, and they went after the banks for millions, if not billions of dollars in fines. Banks hate this. The banks thought when President Trump became president that they had a friend with Trump and he would release this CFPB requirement. Trump enforced it and made more requirements of the bank. Backfired. Then the banks thought they had a friend in Biden. Maybe Biden would release them of this government agency and dissolve it, which would be ironic because Biden was Obama's vice president when this was created. So it didn't happen. Now they hope, because they already know they don't have a friend in Trump. Trump enforced it on the banks, so they know that. So a lot of weight will be going to Kamala, in hopes that maybe she will drop this enforcement agency that the banks have to comply with. Okay. Also, if you listen to Kamala campaign pitch, don't you hear her talking about the capital gains? That forgiveness of capital gains is going to be gone, ladies and gentlemen. So understand what she's trying to tell you. You peasants are not allowed to have all this money on the sale of real estate and tax-free. So listen to her talk about capital gains forgiveness. We're going to forget that. We're going to erase that. That means you're now going to pay a lot more taxes on the sale of your property, if you understand what she's saying. Okay, so, okay, very good. So there's your little lessons. Now, Go down to the second set of bullet points, the 3 bullet points that you see. RESPA prohibits certain practices that increase the cost of settlement services. Section 8, and this has nothing to do with the vouchers. This is the law. Section 8 prohibits kickbacks and fee splitting for referrals of settlement services and unearned fees of services not actually performed. I told you it's a RESPA violation. It's a $10,000 fine, ladies and gentlemen, for referring one company without other choices. That's a RESPA violation. All right. Now, the second bullet point is the most important. Section 9. Very, very important. Section 9 prohibits home sellers from requiring that home buyers buy title insurance from a particular title company. See, this is a violation of the law, ladies and gentlemen. The seller cannot force the buyer to use the seller's title company, but that's exactly what the banks want you to do. When you buy a foreclosure or you buy an REO, the bank wants you to use their title company, which I just explained to you is clearly a violation of the law. The buyers get to use their own title company. The seller cannot force the buyer to use the seller's title company. Okay? So be on the lookout for that. All right? The buyers get to use their title company. And Section 10 prohibits lenders from requiring excessive escrow accounts. Remember, an escrow account is no different than a security deposit, like an apartment. The escrow account, 1 year, ladies and gentlemen. That's the answer for that bullet point for Section 10. The banks are only allowed to require 1 year of taxes and insurance in reserve escrow from the buyer. 1 year, no more than that. Okay? And here's your last initials before we get to our math. Effective October 3rd, 2015, the RESPA required GFE, which is the form we used to have, and the HUD-1, which was the form that we used to have for FHA and VA deals, have been consolidated into, here's TRID, ladies and gentlemen. And TRID takes 2 acronyms to make the third acronym, TRID. All right? TILA, RESPA. So TILA stands for Truth in Lending Act. RESPA stands for Real Estate Settlement Procedures Act. So there's 2 acronyms, TILA, RESPA. Put those 2 together to give us our third acronym called TRID. All right? Integrated Disclosure Rule. So TRID simply means, ladies and gentlemen, we replace the old forms with the new forms. That's all TRID means. But you do need to know what TRID stands for. TRID stands for TILA, RESPA, Integrated Disclosure. And this long verbiage stands for we replace the old forms with the new forms. That's basically what it says. That's what TRID is, all right? So there's your TRID, TILA, RESPA, Integrated Disclosure, old forms for the new forms. And so what did we do? Look at the boldness, ladies and gentlemen, go down there. The banks have to give you this little pamphlet called Your Home Loan Toolkit, step-by-step guide. Under the new Obama administration's law and rules, the banks have to do this. This is a pamphlet the banks have to give you. And it's going to talk about the LE. Now, the LE stands for loan estimate. So the GFE that I just read is gone, and it was replaced with the new form called the LE, the loan estimate, LE. So the LE replaced the GFE under TRID. So LE, loan estimate. And as you can see, the CD stands for closing disclosure. The CD replaced the HUD-1. So if you have an FHA mortgage or a VA mortgage, you're not going to get a HUD-1 or a GFE anymore. You're now going to get an LE, a loan estimate, and a CD, a closing disclosure. So TRID replaced the old forms with these 2 new forms, the LE and the CD. Does everybody have all their initials now? That completes that, ladies and gentlemen. You now have all your initials. So here's what you now need to do, ladies and gentlemen. I now need everybody to go to page 437 of your book. 436 maybe, where it says the arithmetic of prorating. And now we're going to get into math, the arithmetic of prorating. Yeah, sniff here. Now, ladies and gentlemen, here's what you need to understand. There is no way that we can close the deal, make settlement without prorations. Let me repeat that. There's no way around this math. There's no way around this math in the real estate arena. So I'm going to teach you proration, which is a required mathematical problem that you need to understand. And you'll see why you need to understand it and why we can't work around it. No way. So we need to understand prorations. So let's talk about it. Accurate prorating, highlight prorating. Accurate prorating involves the following four considerations. The nature of the item being prorated, whether an item is accrued or requires the determination of an earned amount, whether the item is prepaid and requires the determination of an unearned amount, and what arithmetic process must be used. Okay, now here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Are you ready? Math is easy. It's actually very easy, but there's a reason that you're not allowed to learn math, because when you start learning math, your brain will actually work differently. And when you start learning how to process math, your brain will start processing other things, which is not really what we want to do in our society. We want to condition you, not educate you. So therefore, math is purposely left out of the equation, because if you do math, your brain works differently. So I'm going to teach you that math is very easy. And the way that math is easy is by the three variables. Mostly all math has three variables. And once you understand these three variables, it's very easy to put together math. So let's deal with the three variables in proration. I'm going to have you highlight them. Okay. Are you ready? So the computation of a proration involves identifying a highlight yearly charge for the item being prorated. Then dividing it by 12 months in a year to determine a highlight monthly charge for the item. Also, it is usually necessary to identify a daily charge, highlight the daily charge. So in proration, here are your three variables: yearly, monthly, daily. Once you have these three variables, your math is easy. Okay, so notice the first bullet point, ladies and gentlemen. A yearly charge is divided by 360 days. Notice we have 365 days in a year, but we're going to be using what we call banking or statutory calendar, 360, not 365. Okay, but it's going to be even easier than that. We're not even going to use that. We're going to use the 12 months. All right, call the banking or statutory year, or 12 months of 30 days. Highlight the 30 days, because it doesn't matter if there's 28 days, 31 days, or 30 days in a month. Doesn't matter. All 12 months will be calculated using 30 days, not the actual number of days in that month. So if there's 31 days in that calendar month, 30. If there's 28 days like February, 30. Every month will be calculated using 30 days. Okay, which makes it even easier. Okay, very, very good. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's go to the next page and let's start with our math. Okay, so this is going to be proration. You can actually see it in the book on how it is broken down. So when I ask you what these answers are, it's already in the book. But this is a math class, ladies and gentlemen, and y'all don't have a calculator. Y'all don't have a calculator in a math class? You must be savants. So better have a calculator. You're going to need a calculator. All right. And also, ladies and gentlemen, I can't have no damn silence in this class. You hear me? So I'm going to ask you questions, and you got to give me answers. This is not a class where you can be silent. Otherwise, I'll cut it off, because I can't do it silently. I got to make sure that you're learning. I got to make sure that you're understanding. Go ahead, Joe.
What are we prorating though? What proration of what?
We're going to get it. Let's say that you paid the taxes. Joan's selling her property and she already paid her taxes for the whole year, but she's selling the property in March. Would it be fair, ladies and gentlemen, that the buyer gets the property in March and has to pay no taxes because Joan paid the taxes for the whole year? Would that be fair?
No.
So proration is a division of numbers between the buyer and seller so that
Okay.
Joan gets some of her money back that she paid on taxes. Maybe Joan put oil in the oil tank, $400 in oil. Is it fair that the buyer gets $400 free oil? So many things will be prorated: gas, electric, water, taxes, so that it's divided evenly between the buyer and the seller the day of settlement, which is why I say we can't avoid proration. It can't happen. We need to do it on every deal. So we're starting off with the most important math in real estate called proration. Can't avoid it because Joan just paid the taxes for the whole year and she's selling in March. She's going to be getting some money back. And the way that we figure out how much she's getting back is through this proration. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, mind you what I'm telling you. I can't help you if I can't hear you. You got to understand this. All right. So, math concept, ladies and gentlemen. So let's get started. I'm going to take this off. Take this on. So the first thing that you need to know, ladies and gentlemen, is your variables. As I said, your three variables will be yearly, monthly, daily. Hopefully everybody can see my board. Hopefully. Yearly, monthly, daily. These will be your three variables. Now,
You got a marker?
okay, excellent. Now look at your book, ladies and gentlemen, where it says math concept, calculating prorations. Assume a sale is to be closed on September 17th. What month is September? Is it the third month, the fifth month? What month is September?
The
ninth.
ninth.
Remember that. September is the 9th month. Okay. Assume that a sale is to be closed on September 17th. Using a 360-day year, prorate the current real estate taxes of $3,600. So there we go. So the yearly is $3,600, as we can see, yearly. $3,600 for the accrued period of 8 months, 17 days. Didn't we just say that September's the 9th month? But notice we're saying 8 months. Because you know why, ladies and gentlemen? It's September 17th. We did not complete September yet. We're still in the month of September. So we can't count that month yet. So it'd be 8 full months and 17 days into September. This is where a lot of students make a mistake on their math. They'll use 9 months. It's not going to be right. We'll talk about it. Okay. So accrued period for 8 months, 17 days. First, determine the prorated cost of the real estate tax per month and per day. So let's do this, ladies and gentlemen. So here it is. We have $3,600 is our yearly number. $3,600. So Joan is selling her property and she already paid $3,600 for the whole year in taxes. But now we need monthly and daily. So take the $3,600, as you can see in the book, and divide it by 12 months in a year. And what do we come up with, ladies and gentlemen? If we take that 36, as you can see in the book, 36 divided by 12, what do we have?
300.
300. Very good. $300. And now we have our monthly $300. Boom. And now we need our daily. So we're going to take the $300 and we're going to divide it by how many days?
30.
30. Very good. 30 every month. 30. So it's an easy number. Divide it by 30 days in a month. And that's going to give us how much?
10.
$10. Very, very good. $10. See how easy this was, ladies and gentlemen? So we got our monthly and we got our daily, and now you're $10. Boom. See? For three variables. See how easy that was? We took the yearly, divided it by 12 to give us our monthly, and divided that by 30 days to get us our daily. Go ahead, Joan.
Question, so because it's 12 months in a year, is it always going to be 360?
No. Yes, but we're not going to use the 360. I'm
Okay.
not even going to use that in our calculations.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. You just need to know that we use 360 days rather than 365
Okay.
in a banking calendar. But we're going to make it easy and just use the 12 months. All right. So now we got our three variables, ladies and gentlemen. Now, what does the question say? So $3,600 for the accrued period of 8 months, 17 days. First, determine the prorated cost of the real estate taxes per month and per day, which we just did. All right. Next, multiply these figures by the accrued period and add the total to determine the prorate real estate taxes. Now, remember, we're making settlement 9/17, right? September 17th, 9/17. All right. This
Yes.
here is our settlement date. All our numbers have to come to this exact day, 9/17. So we're going to take this monthly $300 and we're going to multiply it by how many months?
8 months?
8. Remember, always take one away from the month because we're not completely through September yet. We're only 17 days into September. So it won't be 9, it'll be 8. Always take one away from the month. That's where a lot of students make their mistake and count September as the 9th month. We're not through it yet. We're only 17 days into September. So it's 8 full months, not 9. So we're going to take this $300 and times it by 8, as you can see in the book. And what does that come out to?
2,400?
$2,400, all right?
Yes.
All right, very good, as you can see in the book. Now, we're going to take this $10 a day and multiply it by how many days?
17.
17. We use the days, but we always take one away from the month. So 17, very good. And if we do that, $10 a day times 17 is how much?
$170.
$170. Okay. See that, ladies and gentlemen, just like you have in a book. Now, here's what we do. We take these two and put them together. What the hell is that? Shoot. Okay. All right. Now we add these two together. Add the 2,400 plus the 170, as you can see in the book. And what do we come up with?
2,570.
3,000.
2,000.
2,000.
570.
Yes.
Excellent. I love your voices, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to hear that. Very good. Now look what we did. First of all, we got our three variables. And now that we had our three variables, we can do our math because we have a settlement date. So now we took our monthly, divided it by our months. We took our daily, and I'm sorry, not divided, multiplied it by our months. We took our daily and multiplied it by our day. We add these two together. And what this number here is what the seller owes, what they owed. They lived there. So what we're going to do is take this 2,570 and subtract it from the yearly taxes. So this will be a subtraction. This is an addition plus, and this is a subtraction. So we have the 3,600 and we subtract 2,570. What do we have?
1,030.
Very good. $1,030. See? And now we're done. Here's the question. And this is where you're going to have it on your state exam. Is this $1,030 a credit to the buyer or, I'm sorry, a credit to the seller or a debit to the seller? Right? Because now what we need to understand is credits and debits. Remember, Joan paid this money already. So we need to know if she's getting anything back. So is this $1,030 a credit to the seller or a debit to the seller?
A credit.
It'd be a credit to the seller.
It's going to be a credit to the seller. That is correct. So if it's a credit to the seller, is it a credit to the buyer or is it a debit to the buyer?
A debit to the buyer.
It's a debit. Very, very good, ladies and gentlemen. So now we already have our answer that Joan's going to get back $1,030. She paid $3,600 already in January for her taxes for the whole year, but she's selling the property in September. So Joan's going to get back $1,030 credit to the seller, which means the buyer is not paying $3,600 because they're moving in September. So the buyer's only paying $1,030. The buyer will give this money to Joan because the taxes have already been paid for the year. This proration means that Joan's going to get back $1,030 from the buyer. And instead of the buyer paying $3,600 for the taxes for the whole year, which Joan already paid, very good. The buyer is only paying $1,030 to Joan because Joan already paid the taxes for the whole year. So this would be a credit to Joan, the seller, and a debit to the buyer. Notice how we got this answer, how we figured out how much Joan gets back. We figured it out by our three variables, yearly, monthly, daily, using the exact settlement date to determine exactly what Joan gets back on this day. Go ahead, Joan.
So I understand how it's a credit to the seller because it's early. The seller is selling in March.
In this is September, in this situation.
Oh, selling in September. Okay, but they paid it up for the whole year. So
Yes.
how would I know? Maybe they didn't pay it for the whole year. How would I know?
You would know if you have a real estate agent. But if you're an investor buying yourself, then it's one of the things you would want to know. Do you
Okay.
owe taxes? Do you not owe taxes? So as an investor, it would be one of your questions. I was just who was calling me an investor. But as a real estate agent and settlement, the title company is going to do this. Remember that CD and the LA, the loan estimate, and the CD, the closing disclosure?
Yes.
This is done by the title company, and it should be done by you, the real estate agent. As I said, there's no way to avoid it. So usually the title company will do all this. Your job is to explain it to your client. Why is my buyer paying $1,030? Why is the seller getting it back? So your job is to explain it, but I want to make sure that you actually know how to do it rather than just explain it. Because most real estate agents, when they get to the settlement table, most of them never been to the settlement table. When they get there, it's not training that they had because nobody taught them the final crossing the goal line and getting a touchdown. Nobody taught them that, not in class. Anyway, that's supposed to be on the job training. So what I'm doing is I'm teaching you in the end zone after you get the touchdown, what happens. These are the numbers that we have to have at the settlement table. All right. So this is the one that's in the book so that you know the process. Let's do a couple that are not in the book to make sure that you understand the equation of how to do the math. Okay. And again, ladies and gentlemen, here's what I need you to understand. Do not get frustrated. It'll come to you. I'll make sure that you understand. This is why I need to hear it. If you get frustrated, it blocks your senses. Then you can't learn. And that's what happens. If you're in high school, they usually give you math in one of the first three classes, one of your first three periods. And if you have math in the first three periods and you're not good at it, you're going to suck the rest of the day in class, in school, because of the frustration that you could not. So you just quit. You just didn't even bother. You sit in this math class and like, I'm not even gonna bother, I can't understand it. But it frustrates you, and what it also does is it blocks you. It blocks you from learning for the rest of the day. And the school system is kind of designed this way, ladies and gentlemen. So understand, don't get frustrated. Like me, all right? Because I now realize one thing. Hold on 1 second. There we go. All right. Sorry, hard enough to see the board. Gotta make sure that it's clear enough for you guys to see. All right, boom, boom, boom. We got that and thing ready to go. All right, so now, ladies and gentlemen, you can see in the book how this is done. Now we're going to do 1, 2, or 3 that are not in the book, just to make sure that you understand the formula, the equation of how it's done. And then once you start understanding it, you'll be seeing how your brain starts working differently, and you'll be a little bit more excited. So let's do this. Let's say the taxes are $5,000 a year. Start off something easy, $5,000 a year. Remember, we want our 3 variables: yearly, monthly, daily. And we already have our first variable, $5,000 for the year in taxes. Now, the first things first, let's get our 3 variables. So we take this $5,000 and we're going to divide that by what, ladies and gentlemen?
12.
12. 12, very good. 12. And that's going to equal what?
460.
460? Very good. 460? $460, is that correct?
No.
Okay, well then, see, I like that. So let's take the $5,000 and divide it by 12. And what do we got? 416.
416.
And that's what you said. I apologize, Mark. You said 416, not 460. My apologies, brother. All right, 416. All right. And I like that you stopped me. Now we got our second variable. Our second variable is $416. How do we get our third? We're going to take this 416 and we're going to divide it by what, ladies and gentlemen?
30.
30. Very, very good. 30. And that's going to give us what?
12,500.
How much?
I got 12,500.
Is that the correct answer?
Oh, come on. Let
13.
me do it again.
Go ahead. Do it again.
13.
13.86. 13.
$13. Very good. And 80.
Wait, what did I do wrong?
Well, try it again. Take the $416
Okay.
and then divide it by 30.
13.886.
There you go. That's exactly
Okay.
right.
Yeah. I
So
don't know
that's-
what I did.
That's okay. That's okay.
Because
No
I
problem.
think John Faith was making faces like, what?
And you'll be
Oh.
surprised because we're going to learn how to use the calculator. But again, we think we know how to use a calculator, but chances are probably don't. We'll see.
I knew I was wrong because I seen John Faith like, try
I'm
to get.
sorry.
That's good. That's good. That's good. And see why I need this communication in math? There's no way I could know that you got these answers. So now,
Mr. Warren,
yes.
Mr. Warren, okay, I got 138.
Okay, because
So-
do you have a decimal point?
a decimal point, and then it had these other numbers behind it.
You see the same thing I got on mine?
Oh, yes, uh-huh.
That's what we have, right? And so
Yes.
what this is saying is $13.86, and it's actually 87 cents because we're rounding it off to the nearest penny. So this
Okay.
would be 13, actually 87, 13.87, not 86, because we want to round it off to the nearest penny. And that's what it's giving you. All right. So it's 13.87 because we're over the 5. If it was 5 or less, it'd be 86. 6 or more, it's 87. So it's $13.87. All right. So now we have this, ladies and gentlemen, 13.87. See what we did? How easy that was for everybody? You started off with one variable, or yearly. From that, you knew what to do. Divide it by 12 months in a year to get your monthly, and divide that by 30 to get your daily. Now, somebody give me a settlement date, any date. Give me a date. What is it?
October 12th.
Happy birthday, October 12th. All right. Very good. All right. 10/12 is our settlement date, October 12th. So now we need to figure out what's the difference. So we're going to take this 416 per month and we're going to multiply it by how many months?
9.
Nine. 9. Very, very good. So take the 416.
Hold on.
That's okay. And
416.
multiply it by 9.
By 9.
3,744.
Everybody have the same answer, $3,744. Even? Does everybody have that?
3,744. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
416 multiplied by 9, not 10. Always take 1 off of the month.
Mhm.
9, very good. So we multiply this by 9, and now we're going to take the 1387 and we're going to multiply it by how many days?
12.
12.
There you go, 12. And that's going to give us what?
166.44.
Does everybody have $166.44?
Hold on.
Take your time. Take the $13.87 and multiply it by 12 because we're making settlement October 12th.
And you said
So as you can see, take the $13.87
okay.
and multiply it by 12. By 12 because we're making settlement on the 12th.
Mr. Owen,
Yes,
why by 9 is not by 10?
because your math will be off. We're only 12 days into the 10th month.
Okay.
Okay, so we can't count Darwin 10 yet. So we're only 12 days into the 10th. So we're 9 complete months, 30 days is a
I'm a
month.
little bit confused.
Well, this is why I'm having the math with you to
Yeah.
try to eliminate the confusion because most students would get this math wrong because they would be multiplying by 10.
I understand 5,000 multiplied by 12, multiplied by 30, and then that's that's where I am. So
No, that's okay because I understand that your family comes from a math family and you guys do things a little bit different. I've had this conversation with your family members already because of the way you do it. That's fine. That's fine because you have a little bit more knowledge of math. And so you can do a different equation. We'll talk about that in a second. But for right now, I want everybody to learn my equation so that you can pass a state exam. Okay?
Yeah, I wanna understand your equation too.
Yes. So Mario, I know Mario, you sound just like Mario when you tell me these things because Mario is very good at math. You're good at math and you guys do things a little bit differently. But for this demonstration for my class, this is how you're going to do it for your state exam. Okay.
I didn't get the last answer.
Okay. So now 1387.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Multiply that by 12. What did we come up with?
$166.44.
And 44. What do we do with these two answers? The 3,744 and the 166. What do we do with them? We add them together. Add them together. So take the 166.44 plus 3,744. What's it come out to?
3,910.40.
Very, very good, Romar. $3,910.44. Does everybody have this answer? Take the 3,744 and add 166.44 to it. And then we get $3,910.44. Automatically, this number here tells you what the seller is responsible for. Okay? It tells you what the seller is responsible for. So now we take this 3,910 and we're going to subtract it from our original number, 910.44. So take that and subtract the 5,000 from it.
1,089.
$1,089.56.
See that? Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. These guys are good at math. 1,089. Now I will slow it down for those that not get it real quick. Don't worry. I don't want you getting frustrated.
Well, I got 1,090. I probably didn't add the cents.
Yes, you need to add the cents, the 44.
All right.
Okay, use the numbers. You can't round things off here.
All right.
And so what you see is what we use. So 3,910.44, we bring that over here. And the taxes were 5,000 already paid, but we now know that the seller is only responsible for the 3,910.44. Subtract this. Is this 1,089.56? Okay, no problem. Is this going to be a credit to the seller or a debit to the seller?
Credit.
You said it.
Not credit.
It's going to be a credit. The seller's going to get this amount back because remember, they're not there for the whole year. They're selling the property October 12th.
Mm-hmm.
That means they get some of this $5,000 back. How much? Based on our equation, on this exact day, they're going to get $1,089.56 back. That's going to be a credit to the seller. If it's a credit to the seller, is it a credit to the buyer as well, or is it a debit to the buyer?
A debit to the bank.
It's a debit to the buyer. So the buyer who's buying this property in October, not January, October, they're buying this property, they're only going to have to pay $1,089.56 for their taxes. And since the seller already paid the taxes for the whole year, that will go to the seller. A credit to the seller, and the buyer is only paying $1,089.56 because they're buying the property in October. They're not paying $5,000. They bought it in January, yes. So this is called prorations, an even division of number between the buyer and seller on the exact day of the settlement. All right, you guys did really, really good. Let's do a couple more because proration is the major math that you're going to have. And I just need to make sure that we understand it. If you understand how to get your variables, then that's all you need to worry about is your variables. Once you have your variables, we can do the rest of the math. So that's the trick, learning how to do the variables in math, right? Just boom, it's easier, boom, right, boom. Boom, right, good, right, boom, boom, boom. Yes, and out, all right, so. All right, so, I mean, it's supposed to be easier, maybe I don't need the alcohol anymore, you know what? You know,
Need a little bit more.
I was using a permanent marker before I had used the alcohol, but I don't think I need the alcohol anymore, so. Maybe that'll be better, right?
All right, that's better.
All right, good. Boom, boom, boom. All right, and now, boom. Yes, boom. And right. All right. So now, ladies and gentlemen, let's do something different. Let's just say that we got one of these more expensive property and our yearly taxes could be as much as a yearly salary. So let's say that our taxes are now $36,280 a year in taxes. First things first, our three variables, yearly, monthly, daily. We already have our first answer, $36,280. So this is our yearly taxes. You want to have a mansion, you want to have the multi-million-dollar property, cost to be bucks, okay? So now we know what our yearly is. How do we get to these? We're going to take that and divide it by how much?
Well,
12. Very good. 12 months in a year. And that's going to give us what?
3,067 cents.
Very good, Romar. So take the 36,280 and divide it by 12. And as Romar said, that's going to give us $3,023.33. We got to have dollars and cents, ladies and gentlemen. We can't round off anything. That's why you got to look at your calculator. So that gives us our second answer, $3,023.33. Now we need our third variable, or daily. So we're going to take this 3,023.33 and we're going to divide this by what?
12,
30.
oh,
30.
30.
Yeah,
Sorry.
30 days in the month. Very, very good. 30. Very good. And that's going to give us what?
155 cents.
Check your answer. All right, so we got 3,023.33. Don't forget your dollars and cents. And now divide that by 30, and that's going to give us. Now, I didn't say you were wrong, Romar. All I said was check your answer. That's all I said.
$100.77 or 78 cents.
Well, yes, actually, it'll be 78 cents. Very good.
So we
So-
divide in 12? Or
Yes,
30?
no, by 30. 30 days in a month. So our 12 and our 30, our monthly and our daily. 12 months in a year, 30 days in a month.
So what's that, 100?
Yeah,
$100.78.
that's exactly right. It's $100 and rounding it off to the nearest penny, 78 cents. All right, because you got 100.7776666666. So it's telling you it's going to the next penny. It's 178. $100.78. Notice your decimal. Don't forget your decimal. So now we take this 178. Now we have our three variables. So now, ladies and gentlemen, somebody give me a settlement date. Any date.
528.
5/28.
Yeah.
Happy birthday to you. 5/28.
There's my birthday.
All right. That's usually what happens. So now our settlement date is January, February, March, April, May 28th. So now let's figure out the difference because we paid the taxes of $36,280, but we're not even halfway through the year and we're selling the property. So let's do this. We're going to take this $3,023.33 and we're going to multiply it by how many months?
4.
4. Very good. Always take one away because we're only 28 days through. We didn't complete the 5th month yet. We're still in the 5th. So we're going to do 4. So 3,023.33, multiply that by 4. How much is that, ladies and gentlemen?
$12,093.32.
$12,093 and how much?
32 cents.
32 cents. Let me confirm that. Everybody, you want to confirm your answers? Always double check your answers. No rush here. This is people's money. So 3,023.33, multiply that by 4. And Joan's answer is correct. 12,093.32. Does everybody have that? Take your time. Take the $3,023 decimal point 33 cents. Multiply it by
I think-
4.
For the monthly, I have a different answer.
Okay, you have a different answer on
Yes.
this one? Then, because I have the same answer, so let's do it again. 3023.33. All right, 3023.33. And I'm
Okay.
going to multiply that by 4. And that's going to give me $12,093.32.
I got it.
You have it now?
Mm.
This is why I say you got to double check. Do it 2 or 3 times. This is people's money. This is not a speed thing. We'll do it 2 or 3 times to make sure our numbers are correct. Trust me, they'll wait. Everybody will wait. It's their money. Okay. No rush here. So very good. Now we're going to take 178 cents, $100.78. We're going to multiply by how many?
Oh, I see. I have 36,200, not 280. That's why I was getting a different answer.
See, very good. Check your numbers. And that's what happens. So, and that's why I said slow your roll, no rush, take your time. All right. And now you figured out where your mistake was. Good. Very, very good. So now our daily $100.78, we're going to multiply this by how many?
28.
28. Very, very good. 28, because we're making settlement on the 28th. So $178.78.
2,821.84.
Say it again, Joe.
$2,821.84.
All right, and let's confirm that Joan is correct. So take the $100, decimal point 78, multiply it by 28 days. Do we have the same answer as Joan?
Yep, I got the same answer as Joan.
Excellent. Very, very good. Very good. Now, see how you're starting to feel? Knowing that you're figuring out the equation, doesn't it make you feel much better that you can now decipher and figure it out? So I have the same answer as Joan as well. So now, ladies and gentlemen, what do we do with these two numbers, the 12,093.32 and the 2,821.84? What do we do with those two?
Add it.
Together.
Add them both together. And what do we come up with? Take your time, no rush.
What we adding to 3,600, you said?
Yes, we're adding up to 12,093.32 and the 2,000. So we're taking our monthly number and our daily number and adding those two together.
Our monthly and our daily. Wait a minute.
Okay, so here's our monthly, our 12,093.32, and here's our daily 2,821.84. We're adding these two together.
That,
Tell us,
that,
what do we come up with?
where do we,
Okay,
I'm lost at the 2,000. Where do we get that?
I'm sorry, the 2,000 came from the daily. So we're making settlement on the 28th. So we took the $100.78 and we multiplied it by 28 days.
Oh, I did that.
Okay, yes. Okay. Because proration has to take place the day of settlement. Using the exact day that we're settling is how we come up with these two numbers. We're making settlement May, right? January, February, March, April, May, I'm sorry. May 28th. And knowing that we take one off of the month, we did 3,023 times 4, not 5. This is where most students will fail this part. And then we're making settlement May 28th. The daily is 28 days.
But Mr. One, I thought you said it's supposed to be always 30 days.
It is to come up with our daily. Okay, so the 30 days is how we come up with our 3 variables. But after we come up with our 3 variables, we will use the exact settlement date after we have our 3 variables. So we're going to use 12 for the month and 30 for the days to come up with your 3 variables.
So how many times are you multiplying for and before you add? Is it twice?
Okay, so how many times do you multiply before you add? Yes, you are correct, twice.
Okay.
So we're going to divide twice, multiply twice, add, subtract. All right, if you want to do it that way. Add, subtract. So divide, multiply, add, subtract.
Okay.
If you want that formula. So let's do this add. What is 12,093.32 plus the 2,821.84? What does that come up to?
Oh, wait a minute, I'm doing it wrong.
Take your time. Don't get frustrated.
Oh,
You're
yeah.
just scrambling your brain. That's on you. Breathe, relax. But you already know how to do it. You're just, and I told you this would happen to you. I told you that you would get scrambled and frustrated. I don't want you to do that. Know that it's supposed to happen. Calm yourself, and just look at it. Our settlement date is now May 28th, ladies and gentlemen. All right? That's our settlement date. We already got our three variables. So now with our three variables, we need to multiply by the month and the day. We multiplied our 3,023.33 by 4. All right. And we multiplied our 178 by 28.
Don't come in here.
Say again.
No, I'm sorry to the cat. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay. And this is why I say in math class, I need to hear. And tell me what you don't understand. Tell me what you do. Don't sit in silence. I can't help you. Now,
Is it
add-
14?
go ahead.
Is it 14,915.16?
That's what I also have. We add these two together. I have $14,915.16. Confirm it on your calculator. Make sure that you see it on your calculator that you have that exact number.
No, what is we adding again? I
Right
can't see
here.
the word.
That's okay. We're adding these two. We're adding the 12,093.32
Uh-huh.
with the 2,821.84.
2,000.
821.84. Use the numbers that you see with your decimal point. Take your time.
All right. So I think I probably added a number too much. I got 15,000.
So do it again.
All right.
Do it again. Take your time. 12,093.32 plus 2,821.84. Take your time. And what do you come up with if you add those two? You got it? Okay. Take your time. So do this. Clear it out. Hit your C. Clear it out altogether. Okay? Because you might have a number that's there. So clear it out. And now do it again. Put in 12,093 point decimal point 32.
Okay.
Okay? 093.32. So it should look like this that you have it. Oh, I did that one wrong. And so look, see. So I got to do it. 12,093.32, starting with this number.
Got it.
Okay. And now use the add 2821.84. 2821.84. As we can see, we're adding them together. My answer should be do you have that? And so if you're not having it, you might have a calculator problem. Because even if you do it pen and paper, take the 2 plus the 4, that's going to give us 6. 8 plus the 3, 8, 9, 10, 11. That'll give us 1, carry over to 1. We got 1 plus 3 is 4, plus the 1 is 5. We got 2 plus 9 is 11, carry to 1, 11. We have 2 plus 0 is 2, plus I'm sorry, 8 plus 0 is 8, plus the 1 is 9. And then 2 plus 2 is 4, and the 1. So it would come out the same way if you did it on pen and paper. But ladies and gentlemen, we're in the real estate business. Got to know how to use your calculator. Okay? That's why we're doing this class. That's why we're doing it. Because if you're taking the exam, you'll be freaking out. Like, that's why we're doing it here. We'll make our mistakes now. You think it's easy to use a calculator? I'm telling you, it's not as easy as it looks. So once again, 12,093.32, 32 cents. Plus, make sure you're using your addition, not your multiplication. All right. So we're using this one, the plus, not the times. Okay. The plus for addition. Okay. So 12,093.32 plus 2,821.84 comes to 14,915.16. What is this number, ladies and gentlemen? This 14,915.16, what do we already know? We now know that that's what the seller is responsible for. We now know that this is the number that the seller is responsible for. They owe this. So now what we need to do is take this 14,915.16 and subtract it from our number up here. So take the 14,915, as poor Romar already had the answer. It's just been sitting waiting for us because he's advanced, so is Darlene. But in any event, ladies and gentlemen, it is what it is. Mario, Darwin, Romar, all had your answers. I know this, ladies and gentlemen. You're advanced, but I need to help.
1,365.
Very good. So we subtract this. What do we come up with? Take the 36,280, subtract 14,915.16.
1,365.
Okay. And I believe you are correct. Let me double check. It's 14,915.16
21
equals.
354 and 84 cents.
Okay, very good. Everybody's got this one right. $21,364.84. Tell me, who is frustrated? Who's a little confused right now? Be honest.
I left off the cents.
Okay. Romar, say again.
I left off the cents just now, so I got a different answer.
Okay, because of the cents. We're
I
showing
think that's what I'm
around.
doing too. I'm leaving off the cents. I'm just doing the dollars. I'm getting the first two letters, but not the last three.
And stop it
I mean,
now.
numbers.
Stop it now. Make sure you're putting in dollars and cents. This is why we're taking this class. You can't round it off and you can't get lazy here. This is other people's money. Go ahead, Joan.
So I think what I'm getting confused with is, I mean, I got the right answers, but I think what I'm getting confused with is the, what numbers I'm supposed to be multiplying and adding and subtracting.
Yeah, me too.
12 months is the,
And they're really, because we have it in the book and we have it on the board. So really all you have to do is just look. But you're
Right.
getting a little scrambled, a little
Right.
frustrated. And when you get frustrated, it's blinding you. It's blocking your senses to what
Right,
you
well-
can literally see.
I'm thinking about, okay, we got it in the book, I'm writing it down, but
Mhm,
when I
and we
have
can
to
see
do
it.
this- when I have to do this as like a word problem to figure it out, that's what I'm confused about. What numbers do I plug in to what?
Okay, because it all started with the very first number.
Right. That's
We
the tax.
will have that number. We'll have the yearly to start out with,
And we'll have the settlement date.
and we'll have a settlement date. That is correct. All right. And I'm going to give you an example, what it looks like on the exam in a minute.
Okay.
Just want to make sure that we can do the mechanics. We can understand the formula. All right. So we started off with our yearly. We understood to get our three variables, we divided it by 12 to get our monthly number and divided by 30 to get our daily number. So now that we had these three variables right here, we now use our settlement date. And
Mr.
now
Nelson,
monthly, we would multiply the monthly by our months, and then we would multiply our daily by our day.
Okay.
Okay? And so
Yes.
now that we multiply our monthly and our daily, we add these two together. This automatically tells us what the seller owes, the seller's responsible for. But now that we have this number, we take this number and we subtract it from the original number that we started with. 36,280. We subtract it. And this number, this 21,364.84, this is what the exam's going to ask, credits and debits. Is this 21,364.84 a credit to the seller or a debit to the seller?
I hate to be a pest. Is there any way you can make that a little bit bigger or bring your camera up to it? 'Cause I can barely see the numbers.
Maybe. How about that?
Yeah. All right. Can you bring it down? Oh yeah. There you
Okay.
go. Perfect.
All right. Thank you for telling me. Okay, move this out of the way, just so that you guys can see everything. All right. Maybe. I don't want to be too dark. That make it too dark. Let me see something. Yeah, that'll make it too dark. Okay, so okay, no, can't do that. All right, one of these days I'll get some spotlight formula for the board because everything's designed for me, but not the board. Okay, so now, ladies and gentlemen, so now we have our equation, understanding that once we understand our three variables, the answers will come. It's just figuring out the three variables. We started out with 36,280. That was our first number. We now know that we need monthly daily. So we divide by 12, the 36,280 divided by 12, 12 months in a year.
Mhm.
That will give us our monthly number.
Okay.
Then we take this monthly number and we divide it by 30 days in a month, every month, 30 days. These
Okay.
two numbers, the 12 and the 30, don't change. They stay the same. They give us our three variables. So now we knew that the 3,023.33, always use your dollar and cents. Divide that by 30 days gives us $100.78. Now we have our three variables. Now we need to do our settlement date. Our settlement date is May 28th. May 28th. So now we're going to take this 3,023.33 that we got and multiply it by our months. We know to take one away. And we're going to take the daily to 178 and multiply it by our days. So our 4 and our 28 gives us these two answers right here. What we do with these two answers is add them together. To
So
give us,
Warren,
go ahead.
excuse me, sorry. So
No,
you
it's
said
okay.
the 12 is always going to be, and the 30 are always going to be our
Yes,
first two divisions.
it's always going to have 12 months in a year.
Okay,
Always.
and the 30 days.
It doesn't matter if there's 31 days in that month, is there 28 days in that month? Every month, all 12 months will be using the 30 days.
Okay.
Okay,
All
Got
right.
that.
I got that too.
very, very good. And so the 12 and the 30 stay the same to get to these two variables here.
Okay.
Okay, now that we got this equation, now we're going to use our settlement date to figure out the rest of the answer.
Mhm.
So we're going to take our monthly, our 3,023.33, multiply it by our months, and then we're going to take our 178 and multiply it by our day, 428, 428. So we multiply these two to give us these answers. Then we add these two together to give us this answer.
Now, one question.
Sure, go
When
ahead.
when we multiplied by 4 months, what is that answer? I mean,
That
I got
answer's
the
right
number.
here.
Well, right, $12,093.32. What is that? Is that the total?
That is the 4 months. Because we're
that's-
making settlement May.
okay?
So we need to use this settlement date, the exact day that we're selling this property, to come up with these two numbers. The exact day that we're selling to come up with these two numbers. And why is it 4? Because we're 28 days into the 5th. We
Right.
didn't do 30 yet. Hasn't been 30 days. It's only 28 days, so we can't count the 5th month. It's only 4 complete months, 4 months of 30 days. The 5th month is 28 days. That's why we take 1 away from the month, because it's not 30 yet. Didn't complete the cycle, okay? And most students would not know this, and they would be using 5 months instead of 4 months. Their answer would be wrong. So now you understand why we take 1 away from the month, because it's not a complete 5th month. It's only 28 days into that 5th month. So it's only 4 months. 4 complete months, 28 days of the 5th month. That's why we're using the 4, not the 5. Now that we have these two numbers and understand how to do it, we add them. What this number tells us right off the bat, seller. Seller, all right? Seller. This is the seller's responsibility. Automatically, we know it. Right here. Seller owes this. Seller's responsible for this. That's what this number tells us. So we take this number and subtract it from what the seller paid already. Because even though the seller paid $36,280, we now know that the seller's only responsible for $14,915.16, not the whole 36 that they already paid. They're only responsible for this, which means they're going to get money back. So we take this $14,915, subtract it from what they already paid to see what they're going to get back on this day. $21,364.84 is going to be a credit to the seller.
So, Warren,
Everybody understand that?
I understand, but I'm like, I can finish the rest of the problem if I know what I'm doing.
But you do know what you're doing. What you don't
Right,
know is
I
why
feel the
you're getting
same way,
confused.
cause I'm like,
So
I need
this-
to know what divided, how many times, what multiply,
Right.
how many times, and I know the last two numbers we
Right.
add.
And we
what
did
I-
that.
What I
So
have
we
is
did,
the taxes
okay,
divided-
divide
no,
2
no, no.
times,
It's the taxes divided
multiply
by the yearly.
2
equals the month.
times, add 1 time, subtract 1 time. Here's
Right,
your
that's not
equation.
the issue.
Say that again.
That's not the issue. It's what we're adding and dividing. So the way I wrote it in my book is taxes divided by the yearly equals the monthly. And then the monthly divided by the days equals the daily amount, the daily
So
rate.
you are correct. Why are you confused?
So when I get to the multiplication, the monthly rate times the settlement month, which was 4, equals the what? I know the answer, but I mean in words, because that's where I'm getting confused. What am I multiplying this by? Like the monthly total times the settlement month.
Yes.
Equal-
All right.
Is that-
Let's do it this way. I hear what you're saying, Joan. Let's do it this way, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on 1 second. Joan wants to see what it's going to look like in a question. Let's do this real quick. All right. Give me 1 second. Where's my computer being so slow? Copy. All right. And let's do this, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody turn on your chat. Everybody turn on your chat. Say hello to me. Make sure your chat is working, please. Everybody turn on their chat. Say hello. Joan, good morning. Romar, good morning, sir. Darwin, good morning. Good morning, Adia. And are we missing anybody? Okay, and Mario knows what he's doing. Okay, so very good. Now, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Boom. This is for everyone. Boom. Take a look. This is what Joan's asking for. Let's see if we can do this. I didn't want to jump this far ahead, but let's take a look at this. All right. Now, let's do this, ladies and gentlemen, because this one we have, but we're going to do more. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. All right. We're going to be doing more. Come on, this is erasable ink, right? This looks to be freaking erasable ink. Right. Right. Anything ever be easy? No, it can't be freaking easy. It can never be easy. I should know better. I should know better. Right. You think you've been on this earth long enough, you've done this enough, but you still want to make the same mistakes, Jake. Why? Why? All right. Just because it is what it is. All right. All right. Boom. Boom. And never become a perfectionist, ladies and gentlemen. It will take up most of your time. Right. All right. Very, very good. Boom. Boom. Now, let's do it. So there's your math problem that I gave you. Remember, first things first, yearly, monthly, daily. And what are we starting out with, ladies and gentlemen? What does it say? The annual real estate taxes amount to how much?
$1,800.
Okay, $1,800. This is our starting point right here, ladies and gentlemen. And now we got our yearly, $1,800. Boom. Okay?
Where you get that answer from?
It's right there in the chat. You see it in the chat?
Oh,
Okay. All right. So in the chat, there's a math question you're going to have on the exam.
I see it. I see it.
Okay. So now we have it in our chat. 1,800 hours. What do we do with this yearly to get to the monthly? We're going to divide the yearly by what?
Well,
12 months in a year. Very good. And that's going to give us how much?
150.
Did I say the wrong thing?
No, I didn't hear you both because you talked over, but that's okay. So $1,800 divided by 12 equals 150. Yes, 150. Boom. This gives us our second answer, $150. Boom. Now we need to get our daily. So we're going to take the 150 and we're going to divide that by what?
30.
30. Very, very good. And that's going to give us what?
$5.
$5. Very, very
Okay.
good. Okay. See?
I
So
follow you.
there you go. This is no longer confusing because now we just figured out our three variables. We started off with 1,800 hours
Mhm.
and doing what I already taught you, we divided it by 12 months in a year to come up with a monthly number. And we took that monthly number and divided it by 30 days in a month to get our daily number. See how we did this?
Okay, I follow you.
Okay, very, very good. Now, what is our settlement date here?
June 15th.
6/15 is our settlement date. So we're going to take this $150 and we're going to multiply it by how many months?
5, 15.
Five. Very, very good. 5. So we're going to take the 150 and multiply it by 5. $150 times 5 equals what?
25.
Times
So
5
what
equals.
is that?
Nope.
25.
No, by 5. 5, right here.
750.
Okay.
I
Good.
didn't get that.
Why not? Why
Wait,
not? Because we
hold on.
just said that our settlement date is June 15th. I just wrote June 15th right here, 6/15.
Okay,
What do we do with the month?
5.
We take one away.
Oh,
So
wait,
that's the
5.
5. not the 6. Okay, 6 is gone. And now it's the 515. So now we take the 150 and we're multiplying it by 5
50.
because our settlement is June 15th.
750?
That's where I'm confused at.
Why?
One
Because it's right here. It's very simple.
Is
150.
it 750?
Yep. Multiply it by 5 the month. Joan,
So 5
No,
divided
I'm
by
confused
150.
Because I thought it was.
not divide, not divide.
No,
Multi-
I thought it
multiply.
was the
Multiply.
total. Oh, it is the monthly total. Okay.
Yep.
I didn't write the correct numbers.
Okay.
So I got 750.
Okay.
Mhm.
And that would be the correct answer. $750. Very good. And now this $5, we're going to multiply this $5 by what?
The days.
15.
15.
15. See, what we're doing is just copying it. We're just looking at it. All right. So $5 times 15 right here.
Warren, question. So
Yes.
the 750 in words is what? The 750 is because I know you said the monthly.
In words, it is the settlement date. It is the day. Today is June 15th. Okay.
No.
Today's the
750.
day. Huh?
The 750. The monthly rate times the month, which is June, which is 5, actually May,
Mhm.
equals 750. What is the 750?
So far, part of an equation. It's not an answer to anything. It's part of an answer so far.
Right. But is that like you know how we got the monthly, the daily? What is that number total? What
Right.
is it?
I follow her. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because
Yeah.
Don't.
That's why I'm getting confused at. Because Joan trying to break it down in words, but you breaking it down in the math version.
So
And
I
I'm
got
looking
it
at the
in
book.
words in your chat. I got it in words in your chat, and I got it in numbers on the board. So my confusion is, why is it that you have a block here, Joan? Because you can clearly see my number. How did we come up with the 150? We
Right.
came up with it by month. You want some kind of a magical, what is this? It's the monthly. It is the variable. It is the variable for the monthly. 150 times our settlement date, 5. So if you want a word, 750 is your monthly variable. So far,
okay, that works.
okay?
Thank you.
You're
The
welcome.
monthly variable.
It's the monthly variable so far. It's not our answer. It's only part
Okay.
of our answer so far.
I got
Right,
it.
I know.
Okay. So now, hopefully that works. It's our monthly variable.
Got it.
Okay. And then we need our daily variable.
Which is 75.
Okay. 5 times 15 would be 75. All right. And I can do that in my head. That's true. 75. Now, so what we did is divide. Then we did multiply. Boom, boom. Divide. Multiply.
Okay.
Now we need to do add and subtract. So let's add these two together.
What's this? 750 plus the 75?
Yep.
825.
825.
All right. See that? 8.
Oh, okay. And we subtract the 825 with the 1800.
There you go. Because we now know that the seller is responsible for the 825. And now we subtract the 825.
And it's going to be minus 975.
Well, it won't be minus 975. It's only minus 9 because you did it backwards. You took the 825 from the 1800. But if you did 1800 from the 825, it would be, as you said, 975.
975. Yeah,
There you go.
that's what I did.
Okay, that's fine. That's
All right.
fine. Boom.
Take away the
And
minus.
so now, because look at our question.
It'll be a credit to the seller.
There you go. Okay. So the 975, is it a credit to the seller or a debit to the seller?
Credit to the seller.
All right. And credit to the seller. Now, look at your 4 answers. and
C.
tell me which one is the correct answer.
Hold on.
C.
C,
Mhm.
credit to the seller of 825, debit to the buyer. All right, debit to the buyer. That would be a correct answer. 975. But what about D? Is D correct?
Well, I don't see.
That's the other way around.
I got B. Credit to the seller is 975. Debt seller is 975. That's wrong too. So I
No.
don't understand how you got C.
Remember, so the 975 is a credit to the seller, debit to the buyer. And so C
it's B.
would be our correct answer. Credit to the seller, 975. But the 975 is a debit to the buyer. So
Hold on.
credit to the seller.
I got a question.
Yeah. And I
So
can
for
tell you
C,
why. I can
You
tell you.
said
No, I can tell you where the confusion's coming from. It's coming from my own math here on this question I just gave you. So
Okay.
credit to the seller, debit to the buyer. So this would be debit to the seller, credit to the seller, 825, debit to the seller, debit to the seller, 825, and credit to the seller. And so is my answers here correct? Because that's probably where the problem is making. So let me take a look at this. And so what we have here is,
so C is the misprint.
yeah, it's a misprint. That's why.
Okay, so
Okay.
it's C. It's credit to the seller is 925. I mean 975.
And that's why. So there we go, ladies and gentlemen. See this? All right. And probably the first class that I caught this with. Okay. So credit to the seller, debit to the buyer. All right. So that's wrong. That's be debit to the seller. Hold on. And so let's take a look at it. All right. There we go. And then so let's do this. Let's do this. Let's correct this right now. And this will be, we'll try it again. Hold on 1 second.
Lost.
It's okay. No. It's my fault. You're lost. It's my fault. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. And okay, so debit
On to
to
something.
the seller, and then this would be boop, boop. Let's do this. This is my fault. Credit to the buyer. All right. Now let's do this. Okay, very good. Now, all right. Let's do this again, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on 1 second. Copy. And now let's correct the mistake. All right. So here you go, ladies and gentlemen. Here are your 4 choices. Which one is the correct answer?
I ain't get it in the chat. Oh
It's in your chat. Oh, did I send it? Hold on.
no,
Okay, now I did.
you got me thinking I'm going crazy.
Okay, there it is.
You need
Okay.
to post it.
So A, B, C, D. Which would be our correct answer now? As we can see here on the board.
I got B.
975 is a credit to the seller. And
And it'll be a debt to the seller 975, right? That's
credit
how the problem looking.
to the seller.
I'm getting irritated.
Isn't it 825 the credit to the seller?
Okay, yep. And so that's a 825 is a debit to the seller. Very good. 825 is a debit to the seller. And that's what it should be. Debit to the seller, a credit to the seller. Okay, there we go. That's what it is. Okay. 75 is a credit to the seller. Okay, gotcha. All right. Now, one more. This is my fault, ladies and gentlemen. My fault. I apologize. Now, okay, one more time, ladies and gentlemen. And I do apologize about adding confusion where we least need it. for Christ's sake, in math. My apologies, but that's what happens. Only God is perfect. One more time, ladies and gentlemen. Now we will have the right answer here. I corrected it for future classes. Now take a look at my board and look at your four choices. And I do have the correct answer this time. So we got our debits and our credits.
I think I'm getting the credit and the debit part mixed up because in my equation that I did, I got 825 for the credit to the seller, 975 to the credit to the buyer, the debit to the buyer.
I
Okay.
got B. Credit to the seller is 975, debt to the seller is 975, because that credit go to the seller.
Okay.
That's the problem. He just broke down. The
Well,
825.
so right here, Omar, is where you have your problem. So we now know that the 825, the seller's responsible for. So this would be a debit to the seller, the 825.
Okay.
Okay, so we subtract this 825 that the seller's responsible for from what the seller paid. So this 825 is a debit to the seller.
Mm-hmm.
The seller's going to get back 975. So it'll be 975 as a credit to the seller, 825 as a debit to the seller. The seller is responsible for this, but if we subtract this from what they paid, the seller's going to get money back. So the seller has a responsibility of 825 because they did live there for a period of time. So it's a debit to the seller. And now we subtract it to get our credit to the seller. And this would be a debit to the buyer. The 975 would be a debit to the buyer. But using your four choices that you have,
So it's C.
So the answer is C.
the answer would be C. That is correct. So 825 is a debit to the seller, and 975 would be a credit to the seller.
Okay.
Okay.
I feel like the math problem before this, I don't know why, but I just feel like the last answer you told us was the debit, was the credit to the seller, was the answer, and somehow the same answer was the debit to the seller.
And
Maybe
that
I
will
got that.
be when we do prorations on your state exam, ladies and gentlemen, your state exam is going to ask about credits and debits. So what we needed to do to get all this was get to these two answers to get our debits and our credits. Who gets the credit? Who gets the debit? So let's just say that Adia is selling this property. Adia already paid $1,800 for the year, but she's selling the property in June. Is it fair that the buyer gets the property and gets the rest of the 6 months free of charge on it? That's not fair. So Adia is going to get money back because she's selling the property in June. But we need to know exactly what day in June she's selling the property so we know how much she's getting back. So Adia, who already paid $1,800 for the whole year, is selling the property in June. She wants half of her money back or close to it because she's selling the property in June. So how much of a credit is Adia getting from the $1,800 she already paid?
So the credit and the credit in the seller and the debit in the seller can be the same amount sometimes?
It could, very rarely,
Okay, that's what I'm
but
saying.
it could.
Okay, because the last problem we had, it was totally different. That's what I was
Totally different. And notice that we're
Okay.
making settlement June 15th, which is
So it's not me. I'm not
exactly
going
halfway
crazy.
through the year. But did
Okay.
the numbers work out the same, even though it's halfway through the year? No, it didn't. And this is why you need to understand how to do your variables to come up with our number for our settlement. Because if you would have took 1,800 and figured, well, June 15th, halfway through the year would be half, that's $900, you're already wrong. Because you had to figure out that you had to take one away from June.
So this what I'm saying. I don't know, this might sound stupid or whatever, but
It's okay. Go ahead. Don't worry.
The last problem, the credit and the seller and the debit and the seller was the same amount. So this one is different. So how can we really tell, like, when we get on to take the state exam, like, which is which? Like,
Because this is how. By you understanding how to do the formula. All you need to do is the formula, the yearly, monthly, daily. Once you have these, I told you, once you have your three variables, now we can do our math. So if you understand your formula, divide, multiply, plus, minus. If you understand that we're going to start with a number, as you see in your chat, we started with $1,800. We knew that that was our yearly. And we now know, thanks to my teaching, that you need your three variables, yearly, monthly, daily. So you take the $1,800 divided by 12, that'll give us our monthly number. Take the monthly number divided by 30, that'll give us our daily number. So now we have our three variables, 1,800, 155, for this particular number of $1,800 based on this date. The last one was $36,000. This one's only $1,800. So we started off with 1,800. We got our monthly and our daily. This is the formula. This is the easy part. Okay, now we got our three. Now we need a settlement date to multiply by our settlement date. 5 and the 15, 5 and the 15, 5 and the 15. Because we're making settlement June 15th. All right. And that gives us these two numbers that we add together. As I said, this is debit to the seller. We already know that this number, seller's responsible for.
So whenever you add, that's the debit to the seller.
That's exactly.
That's what
Automatically.
getting mixed up.
Very, very good. So we now know that 825 is a debit to the seller. We take that debit to the seller and subtract it from what the seller already paid to figure out what kind of credit.
I hope I get one math problem.
Say that again.
I hope I get one math problem on this test.
It's okay. Because remember,
No,
ladies
it's
and gentlemen,
not.
you're already working at a handicap. Did freaking school ever teach you how to do this math? So, okay,
Oh, no.
you know, yes, no, yes, it depends on the instructor, the teacher that you had. Because it's easy to put everything on the board, but if you don't understand how it's done, then what the hell? It's just that you're looking at numbers, but you actually don't understand how to do the formula. And if you don't understand how to do formula, if you don't understand how to do math, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to hold you back in everything in life. And it's the universal language. It's the most important that they deprive you of. Because if you don't know how to do math, then you can't be a mechanic, you can't be a coder, you can't even be a cashier, for Christ's sake, if you can't do math. All right? How are you going to run your own business if you can't do math? And this is a very important understanding that you don't learn until later on in life. Because as a student, you're thinking to yourself, what the hell do I need math for? I don't need math for anything until later on in life when you realize you need math for freaking everything. All right. If you were born in 1989, how old would you be right now? What? Right. Couldn't even figure out how old you are right now if you didn't even know math. You see? It's 4 o'clock now. We're supposed to meet at 9:30. How many hours do we have to wait? You need math in everything that we do. So one more in the proration, and then we're going to move on to our next math because we're already at our
Need
break.
more?
Unless you got it, you guys got it all figured out. You know proration?
No, we can do some more. Come on.
Say that again.
I said we can do some more.
Okay, one more.
All right. One more.
Breathe. breathe, take your time, and simply look at the
Okay.
board. Simply
Okay.
look at the board, okay? I'm going to give us a settlement date. Our settlement date is going to be January 28th.
Happy birthday.
20. Oh, it's not my birthday. Sorry. I'm doing January 28th because of the math that I want you to understand. But thank you anyway. I'm actually the next, I'm actually 228, actually, but it's my birthday. But okay, but for the math, I want you to see what January looks like. Okay. So let's say that the taxes are $7,380 a year. That's your yearly taxes. You see this? Everybody see it?
Mhm.
Okay. Remember, 3 variables. What is our yearly number?
7,300.
7,000.
7,380. Okay. Very easy. See that? Notice we started right here. We started with our yearly taxes and our settlement date. This is our starting point. And we got that here. Now you want to get these 2 variables, your monthly and your daily. So we take the 7,380 and we're going to divide it by what?
12.
Well,
See that? 12. And what is that going to give us? Ladies and gentlemen, take your time. I want you-
650.
I got 615.
Okay, that's what I want to hear. All right, Romar, I already know you got it, brother. All right, all right.
Yeah.
So,
615.
that's okay, but I want you, Adia and Joan, I want you to get it. So
Okay.
7,380 divided by 12. All right,
Uh-huh.
what do you come up with?
615.
615. Joan, I can tell you give me a little attitude, you get a little frustrated. It's not going to help. All right, don't get mad at me, please. Don't get frustrated. All right.
I'm not mad at you. I'm upset that you're not
I-
understanding what I'm trying to. the
I,
question I'm trying to
and I
answer.
apologize that I'm not understanding, but you are getting frustrated, you're upset, and it's not going to help. I can see that you're frustrated and upset. And I don't, this is the new Joan. I don't want the new Joan being frustrated. All right. All right, Joan. You know what I'm saying, darling? All right. There you go. All right. So I need you to, it's all going to be okay. So, okay. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we got the yearly divided by the monthly, and this is going to give us what? The answer. 7 divided by 12 is what?
615.
See,
The daily
Joan,
amount.
this $615 is the monthly variable, but it's only a part of the equation. It's
Okay.
not an answer to anything. It's only our 3 variables. Okay. And
Mhm.
how did we come up with the 615? We took the 738 and we divided it by 12. And it gave us $615. Simple math.
Mhm.
Took the 7,380, divided it by 12. And that gave us our monthly variable of 615 for this particular amount. We started with 7,380. Now that we have this 615 variable, we need to get this daily variable. So we're going to take this 615 and divide it by what?
30.
30.
30. Very, very good. 30. And that's going to give us what, ladies and gentlemen?
20.5.
5.
$20.25. Is that what I'm hearing? Divide that by
I got
30.
20.5. I guess that's 25 cents.
No, you're right. It's 2050. Not 2025. It's 2050 I have. So we take 615 divided by 30.
Mhm.
All right. 615 divided by 30. I got $20.50.
Then we
I got that.
multiply. Yeah.
And this is our daily variable. So
Okay.
these are just part of a formula right now.
Okay.
That's all. Because I'm teaching you how to do an equation. Now look at our settlement date. Okay? Because I just paid $7,380 in taxes, but I'm selling the property 28 days later. 28 days later, I'm selling my damn property. Is it fair that the buyer gets the property for the whole year? I paid the taxes. So now we're going to take this 615, this monthly variable, and we're going to multiply by how many months?
12?
Nope. We got the 1 here. Take 1 away from 1. What do we get?
Zero.
0.
0. 0. This is why I'm using January. So now 615 multiplied it by 0 equals what?
Zero.
0. Okay? 0. And now we're going to take the $20.50 and multiply it by what?
28.
28. Get it? See that? So 28 days, no months. So what's $20.50? Multiply it by 28 days.
574.
$574. $574. All right. Something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So if we add 574 with 0, what do we get?
The same thing, 574.
574. Okay. And we now know that this is going to be a debit to the seller. I did live in the property for 28 days. Even though I paid the taxes for the whole year, I'm only responsible for 28 days of living in the property. $574. So we take this
Oh.
$574, see?
And subtract it.
And subtract it from what I already paid, because this is a debit to the seller. Debit to the seller. I did live there for 28 days. What am I getting back?
Oh, shit. Hold on.
So we're subtracting, take the 7,380, subtract 574 from it.
50. Hold on.
Take your time, clear out your calculator, and take 7,380 and subtract.
$6,800.
You got it. Keep going. So say the number that you see on your calculator.
$6,806.
There you go. Okay.
Why I don't have that?
What's that?
I don't have that.
Now the question is why. So once again, clear out your calculator, CC,
Okay.
clear it all out,
All right.
and now start with 7,380
7,380.
minus subtract
Okay.
574.
Oh, I added the zeros. I thought you told me to add the zeros too.
You could, it doesn't matter because it'll still come out the same. It'll still come out the same. So 7,380.00 minus 574.00 equals, still comes out the same.
Okay. I got $6,806.
Very good. Now, is this $6,806 a credit to the seller or a debit to the seller?
I don't even want to say it. I don't want to be wrong. I guess we can say it's a credit to the seller.
Credit to the seller. I only lived there for 28 days.
Oh, okay. So the 6,000 is the credit to the seller, and the 574 is the debt to the seller.
There you go. I did
Okay.
live there for 28 days. I am
Okay.
responsible for my taxes for 28 days. We figured out how to do the taxes that the seller owes for the time they lived there through this equation. Now that we figured out what the seller's responsible for living there, we subtract it from what the seller paid already for the year to come up with the seller's credit. All right. And now we have, so this 6,806 is a credit to the seller, then it would be a debit to the buyer. Who pays it? The buyer. So the buyer's not paying $7,300 for the yearly taxes because they're moving in 28 days after the month, after the year already started. So they're only going to be paying 6,806 for this year because they didn't live there the first 28 days. And so the seller of the buyer will give the seller back because the government already got their money. Uncle Sam already got their money, 7,380. So now the buyer will give the seller this 6,806 back to pay them for the remaining portion of the taxes that they paid for the whole year because they're buying the property in January on the 28th. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I did not expect our prorations to take up the whole first half of our day. But it's extremely important for me to make sure that you understand how to do the formula. Because most students will fail the state exam because of 6 questions. And the 6 questions will probably be math. And every student will tell me, oh, I missed it by 2 questions. I missed it by 3 questions. And chances are it was a math question. Not necessarily, but chances. So I want to improve your odds of passing the state exam by having a special class for math to teach you how to do a formula to come up with our credits and debits. And if you do this again and again and again, it's like riding a bike. All right? If you're riding a bike and your foot keeps slipping off the pedal, why does your foot keep slipping off the pedal? You need to figure out why your foot keeps slipping off the pedal. Joan needs to figure out what's blocking her here. What's getting her so frustrated? Why is her foot slipping off the pedal every time she tries to ride this bike? That's all you got to do. Don't throw the bike away and say, I'll never ride the bike again. Okay? Don't do that. You're missing out. Just figure out why does your foot keep slipping off the pedal? All right? Maybe you need to adjust the seat. Maybe you need to change the shoes you're wearing. However, once you figure out what's causing your foot to slip off the pedal or why you're missing something, then you can ride your bike and enjoy it. Then you can do the math and enjoy it. So figure out what it is. Why is your foot slipping off the pedal? What little piece are you missing? And then once you figure out what that little piece that you're missing is, you can enjoy your bike. You can enjoy the math. All right? So 3 variables gives us our answer. Now, remember what I told you, ladies and gentlemen. You actually won't have to do this math as a real estate agent. The title company is going to do the math. What you do need to do is explain it to your client. It'd be hard for you to explain it to your client if you don't know how to do it yourself. All right? God helps them who helps themselves. All right, so let's take our break, ladies and gentlemen. I'll see everybody at 11:30, 11:35. We'll get started. And there's a lot more math that we need to go through that you're going to need to know for your exam, but it gets easier. This was pretty much the hardest part right here. Okay? All right. Enjoy your break, ladies and gentlemen. I'll stick around for any questions or comments.
Hey, Mr. Nelson, can you hear me?
Yes. Preston, my
Hey.
brother. How are you, sir?
I'm good, man. I'm good. I want to tell you that I apologize for not participating. And I got a crazy morning. I had to go to court, everything. When I was logging into you, I was at court. And I'm on the train now. I'm on regional rail. So I wanted to tap in with you, but I'm literally so busy going back and forth right now. So I was
Let me see if I get this straight, Preston. You're trying to tell me that life got in the way and that's why you're freaking late because of life? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Nah, life was still going. I tapped in anyway. I just couldn't answer no questions because other people was talking to me in front of me.
You don't need to apologize, brother. Oh, by the way, no, I won't do that. You don't need to apologize. You're fine. This is not a state class. This is the class that you're coming back to 1,000 times. So no need to worry. No need to explain. Everything's good. Everything's good.
I wanted to let you know because you my boy too. You my guy. So I wanted to let you know, like, I want to tap in. So are you still doing tonight's class too?
Yes, I am. So I'll be doing this
All right.
again, ladies and gentlemen, this evening at 6 o'clock. So if you want to
Okay,
come back again,
So
Welcome to
about
do
the 6
that.
o'clock, the 6
Yes.
o'clock situation, I will be doing something from 6 to 7. So after 7, I'm gonna log in. But
Good.
I'm still I'm trying to, still be in touch with this because I know I like these math classes you got. So the thing is, would you be able for, I guess I don't know if Nakai or Saisha's getting on there, but for at least me and you, like, you don't mind staying a little longer, or you just you know.
Brother, don't you stay after my class? Don't we stay together till like 12, 1 o'clock in the
Yeah.
damn morning any damn way? And you're asking me
Yeah,
would I be
right.
willing to stay when I do it all the time with you any damn way? All
I
right.
know. I just
You know the answer to that. All right.
All right, cool,
All
cool,
right.
cool, 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 cool,
All right.
cool. All
I
right.
tell you at the end of class, ladies and gentlemen, I stick around for any questions and comments, and sometimes they could be hours into it after the class, but I always got
Yes,
time for you. So yes.
I appreciate that. You are very understanding, and I appreciate that. I'm literally walking across the streets, hopping on hills, everything right now, talking to you. So I appreciate you, man.
You
For
got it,
real.
brother.
I'm definitely
Thank you for the respect. I appreciate it. Thank you for the love. I appreciate it. And absolutely will give it back to you in droves. No problem.
Thank you, man. Thank
Get
you.
some food in your system. Take your time. Take a break.
Are you still doing? You still doing? This will be a 4-hour class. 4 hours, right?
It leads that, it leads that. I just want to make sure that my students have an understanding. It does. This is the class that my students will be most frustrated and upset with. It's the math class. And even if you took this math class 1,000 times, if there's a mental block that we haven't got past, then we're still going to have a problem. So I would never want to be a math teacher because it's probably going to be the least happy class of all them because of the frustration that a lot of students will have to suffer through and it's somehow or another, it is a block that's their own destructive mechanism. And this is why a lot of people just quit. A lot of people just say, to hell with it. I'll just sit in this class for 45 minutes and get to my next class.
Nah, I can't be like that. I can't be like that. I got it. I'm glad. Listen, court. The court. People talk to my face. I'm still in like class. I was like, listen. They was like, "Why are you on your phone, sir?" I said, "I'm at my I said I do real estate school online, and my teacher would be very upset with me if I'm not here." It's like, no, I. No,
Okay.
I said.
You're
No, I
using your
said.
skills there, so that's
Yeah.
good.
No,
Yeah.
I just told him like,
It's my job. Not only is it my job, it is my desire to make sure that my students learn, that they know everything.
Absolutely.
So I put all my effort into it. I only want one outcome. I just want my students to understand and learn. And so it does become frustrating when my students are upset at me because they're not learning and try to figure out how I can help them learn. So that's my job. I'll work on it. But again, as I said, that's my role to make sure that you all know. That's it.
And I'm so happy that I'm in your class. I learned a lot from you, and I hate to miss your class. That's why I was informing you about today. So even if I don't get back on after the lunch, guarantee you after 7 o'clock tonight, I'm hopping on. So guarantee you to see me. I would tell you that. And then you have any classes for tomorrow when it's Thursday?
We're going to have the best class tomorrow. Tomorrow is the class that everybody loves. Tomorrow's
All
the
right, and
business class. Yeah. This is the
All right,
class
cool,
that everybody
cool.
kind of hates. Tomorrow's the class everybody loves.
All right, so I'm definitely going to be off for both morning and night for tomorrow. That's
Good.
a guarantee for tomorrow.
All right,
So
good.
it's just today is a little crazy day for me. So
It's okay. Good. All right.
I am going to let you have your lunch, sir, and I appreciate you hearing me out. And I see you either later or at the lunch.
Okay. Very good, Preston. Thank you very much, sir. Enjoy. I'll talk to you when I talk to you, my friend.
All right, thank you, sir. You too.
Okay.
All right.
Joan, I want the new Joan not to be frustrated. I don't want to see the old Joan. So I know it's right here, Joan. I know it's right here.
But that's not what I was asking. I know how to do the actual math. I'm great with math, but I'm used to doing things in word problems, and that's what I was asking. Like like I wrote it down where I can understand it. Like the taxes divided by the yearly rate equals the monthly rate. That's what I was asking. But when I got to the daily rate times the settlement days equals what?
The daily rate. Because you just said that the yearly taxes give you the monthly rate. We got the monthly rate. And the monthly rate divided by the 30 gives us the daily rate.
Okay. That's what I was asking. That's what I was confused with. I had no idea what answer I'm looking for. That was it. And now this credit to the buyer, I have no idea what credit to the buyer is. I'm confused by who's the credit to and who's the debit to. Stop it.
But your confusion is you. You're automatically going into confusion rather than simply looking at what's already on the board. So you're automatically in confusion, which gives you frustration and gets you mad. And that, as I said, is blocking you from literally seeing
How you doing?
what's on the board. Because we already know, Joan, that we got this equation. Our monthly and our daily gave us the debit to the seller. So right there, this right here, our monthly and our daily equation for our settlement date tells us the debit to the seller, what the seller owes. So we should already start with that. And now we subtract it from this number here to yearly to figure out what the credit will be. So we know what the debit to the seller is. What's the credit to the seller? In order to get that answer, we have to subtract this debit to the seller from what they paid from in the beginning to get their credit to the seller. Right here. Credit to the seller. Debit to the seller. Debit to the seller. Subtract it. Credit to the seller. And even though you're looking right at it, you're still confused and blocked. Even though you're looking right at it. You see what's happening? And so I needed to stop with that frustration. Feng Shui, take a breath, and now you can see by adding these two together gives us the debit to the seller. The seller's responsible. Go ahead.
What I'm trying to figure out, why wouldn't it be the debit to the buyer? So that's what I'm confused with.
Why wouldn't it be? Say that again. Take your time. We'll say it again.
Why wouldn't it be the debit to the buyer? How do I know if it's a credit to the seller or a credit to the buyer? That is what I'm confused with. How do I know that?
Because what we're doing is we're using a settlement date.
Right.
And we're figuring out what the seller is responsible for. So we automatically know that this equation doesn't have nothing to do with the buyer. This part here has everything to do with the seller. How much does the seller owe? They lived there for 28 days. In order to figure out how much they owe is why we're doing this equation. So the buyer doesn't even come into play yet. It's the seller. The seller was the one that paid the taxes already. Jones, you're selling this property. Joan, you paid $7,380. You're selling your property. You paid on January 1st, you paid your taxes. But you're selling the property on January 28th. Is it fair, Joan, that you just paid the government $7,380 for your taxes for the whole year? You just did that. You gave Uncle Sam a check on January 1st. But now you're selling the property 27 days later. You're selling on the 28th. Is it fair that the buyer's going to get this property in January and not have to pay any taxes because you already paid the taxes for the whole year? Would that be fair?
No.
So we now know that since Joan paid $7,380, we're trying to figure out what Joan gets back out of the $7,380. So we need to do our monthly and our daily to come up with a number to figure out what Joan's getting back of this. So all this deals with the seller. The seller is the one that paid it.
So with these problems that we're getting,
Hmm.
This tax variable is always what the seller paid already?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
because I didn't know that. But that's why I'm having a hard time. I'm thinking that's just the taxes for the year. I have no idea because some people don't pay all of the taxes.
This is true. But in this equation, the seller did already pay. All right.
Okay,
All right. So what if it was oil? What if it was $800 in oil? You filled up the oil tank. So the number would be $800. All right. And we would change some of the variables, but we already know that the seller put $800 worth of oil in there. But in this situation, the seller already paid. Joan already paid her taxes January 1st for the whole year. So if Joan already paid the government, Uncle Sam, $7,380, January 1st, and now she's selling the property January 28th, how much is Joan going to be getting back? The only way that we can figure out how much Joan's getting back is to know exactly her day of settlement. And we now know that Joan lived there for 28 days. So of this $7,380 that Joan already paid, how much is she responsible for? 28 days. So no months and 28 days,
okay, area.
$574.
Okay,
So
so
debit to the seller, debit to Joan. Joan, we're responsible for 574 of your 7,380. You do owe the government this of what you paid. So now, how much is Joan getting back? Take what Joan is responsible for and subtract it from what Joan already paid for the whole year. And this will give us the credit that Joan's going to get back. Joan's going to get 6,806 back. She lived there for 28 days, so she is responsible for that. But for the next 11 months, she gets this money back because she's selling the property January 28th. And this is why we have to use a settlement date to know exactly what the prorations will be between a buyer and a seller. So this, Joan, helps you out. This starts with what the seller already paid and figuring out what the seller is going to get back. That's why this would be debit to the seller. How many days did they actually live there? And subtract the days that they actually lived there from the days that they're not going to live there after they sold the property. I can see it, Joan. I can see it. I just don't know what more I can do. It's almost like you're preventing it from happening. It's almost like misery loves company. You know what that is. So I think you just are stopping yourself from understanding a very simple equation. But you just figured it out. You just said it. You now realize that this is prepaid. It's already been paid.
so you just said that the buyer has nothing to do with that, but then the questions come of whether it's a debit to the seller or debit to the buyer. That's what confuses me.
But we won't get to that yet until we get here. So this part here is all the seller. We know what the seller already paid, and now we got to figure out how long the seller lived there to subtract from what they already paid. So this part here, these three variables, deal only with the seller. Only with the seller. No
So the
buyer.
final answer is my problem, whether it's a credit to the seller or to the buyer. That's the problem I'm having, the
And
final
that,
answer.
we won't get the final answer until we take this answer and subtract it from our beginning answer. Now that we know that Joan paid 7,380, and now that we know of that 7,380, Joan's only responsible for 574. We need to subtract it from what Joan paid. Joan paid 7,380. She's responsible for 574. This is how we get to the buyer. We don't get to the buyer until we finally get to this last number. The buyer doesn't come into play until this very last number.
Okay, I understand that part, but how do I know if it's debit or credit to the buyer or the seller? That part is what I'm confused about.
And again, so we do know, you do understand that this debit to the seller, you got this part here, right?
Debit to the seller.
Okay, you got that part. And we already know that the seller already paid this.
Mhm.
Okay? Yes?
Yes.
Yes. So no buyer yet, still seller. So we know that the seller started, paid this. We now know that the seller's responsible for this. Still seller. Now what we need to do, Joan, is subtract what the seller lived there from what they paid. Only when we get to this last answer, Joan, do we get to the buyer. The buyer
Mhm.
did not exist in this equation at all until
That
we
did-
got to this very last answer. So we now know that this is a debit to the seller. The seller did live there for 28 days. We now know that this is going to be a credit to the seller, but who pays it? If it's a credit to Joan, who pays it? It would be me, the buyer. I'm buying the property. So I would be the buyer giving Joan back 6,806.
Okay.
And so I don't come into the equation until the very end when I now realize that I have to give Joan 6,806 of her money back. She already paid the government for the whole year. So yes, I'm moving into the property. Joan already paid the government. I do have to give Joan back a certain amount of money because she already paid the government 7,380. So they're paid for the whole year.
Okay.
All right. But now that I'm buying the property off of Joan on the 28th, Joan did live there for 28 days. So we take that off. I got to give Joan, which is a debit to the buyer, I got to give Joan 6,806 when I move in to compensate her for what she already paid, minus what the days she lived in there. So the buyer doesn't come into equation to the very end until we get this last answer. That's the only time the buyer comes into play. Everything
Okay.
goes with the seller, all the way up into this last answer. And who pays Joan? Who gives Joan this credit? 6,806. It'll be the buyer.
Okay.
All right. Joan, how many math classes have you taken with me? All right.
This is only the second one. because
Really?
remember, I only took your full course this last time and the first time. I've never been able to actually sit in the class without disturbances.
Okay. Okay. All right. So then again, as I said, because you should have a little bit more peaceful mind, I was hoping that it would be a little bit easier and not get frustrated. Because it looked like you wanted to kick my ass there a couple times there, Joan, so I was a little concerned there, I didn't want Joan coming over there through the screen kicking my ass. All right.
I just was like, okay, I'm done with this for now. I'll have to come back, close my
Yeah.
mind another time because this was confused. And I was asking, like, the question that I just asked you, I was trying to figure out, okay, if the daily rate is this, multiplying by the yearly rate, like what is the answer? That's what I was trying to figure out because I wrote it out in words. It's easier for me with word problems to understand that. It's not the actual math.
Yeah.
I'm with the actual math.
And I was certainly having a problem trying to understand what you were asking.
Yes.
I couldn't quite figure out what word. I was looking for the word. What word does Joan need? What word can I help Joan with? I just couldn't figure out what word it was that you were looking for that would open up the equation for you. So I said monthly variable, and you came up with monthly equation. I said daily variable, you came up with daily equation. So I was hoping that you figured it out, the word that you were looking for. Yeah.
Because you said the taxes divided by the yearly will give me the monthly,
Mm-hmm.
and the monthly divided by the days will give me the daily amount.
Correct.
And
Correct.
then multiply the monthly by the settlement month,
Very good.
the monthly variable.
There you go. And so now that we
Daily-
have this 615, we wouldn't have been able to do this without these two numbers.
Right.
All right. But now we have these two numbers thanks to the equation of knowing how to do the yearly, monthly, daily. Because we're starting with 7,380. And now with these two numbers, we can now do the equation of our settlement day to
Right.
figure out how much the seller is responsible for.
So that's the daily rate times the settlement days.
That's exactly right.
Right. That's what it equal is what I couldn't figure out. Okay. What does it equal?
Right. And in
Easier
this
for me.
situation, since our daily was 2050 for this equation, multiplied it by the day, 28 days, that's how we came up with the 574.
It was, the problem was just plugging in numbers. I was totally confused because I didn't know where the numbers came from. So it's easier for me, because I'm used to doing word problems is, like I said, the taxes divided by the yearly, so now if I have these numbers, I know what I'm doing with them. I know where to plug them in at.
And that's what I was trying to do, was teach you this equation to know where to plug in your numbers. But without your correct numbers, how can you plug in them? And so we had to first figure out how to get our monthly and daily from this number, because we did 5 equations with different numbers starting out with. Or
Right.
one on the exam here is 1800. If we started off with 1800, then of course we wouldn't have 615 and 2050. We wouldn't
Right.
have this number. So we needed to figure out these two to come up with our settlement date, to come up with how much the seller is responsible. So all this deals with what the seller owes, what the seller is responsible for.
Okay.
And then we subtract what they're responsible for from what they already paid to get their credit.
Okay.
And who pays the credit to the seller? The buyer. So if it's a credit to the seller, then it can't be a credit to the buyer. It would be a debit to the buyer if it's a credit to the seller.
Okay.
All right.
That's a little better. Thank you.
You're very welcome, Joan. You're very welcome. I just want you to be in a feng shui, peace of mind, happy kind of happy kind of way going. So, all right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Enjoy the rest of your break. I'll see you guys in about 7-8 minutes.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay.
Are we on lunch? I think so.
Jeez, didn't get a chance to call him back. God darn it. He's gonna be upset. All right, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? To lead to youth looking to know what their home is worth. Eating good. Hey Warren. Hey Warren. All right, I apologize. I get to everybody as soon as I can. All right, all right. I got a ton of work to do. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get ready to get started. I'm just going to assume that everybody's there because nobody really has their monitor on. That's okay. I'm just going to assume everybody's there. So listen to me, ladies and gentlemen. You already have your transcripts. You already paid for the class. This here is a voluntary class that I'm doing out of my time to give back to you, my students. So I can't promise that I'm going to be done at 1 o'clock. If you got to go, you got to go. But since I'm volunteering my time to help you guys with the math, I really would like to give it to you while I can. I'm going to be running the class again this evening at 6 o'clock. You're welcome to come back to the class. So remember, ladies and gentlemen, it's not by 1 o'clock. You can go, you got to go. You can stay, you can stay. But I just want to make sure that I give you what I promised and give you the math that we need to do. Okay. So I just wanted to make that real clear, and congratulations to everybody. Everybody should have their transcripts. If you don't, then there's one reason or another that we don't. And we'll talk about that later. Ladies and gentlemen, the next math that we're going to be doing is called amortization. I need everybody to go to page 170 of their book. And amortization, remember the word amortize means to kill off. We're killing off a little bit of the principal and a little bit of interest until the loan is amortized down to zero. So in this equation, we need to know out of our monthly payment to the bank, how much is going to the interest and how much is going to the principal. That is what this question on your state exam is going to be asking. All right. It's going to tell us what your monthly payment is. What we want to know is out of that monthly payment, how much is going to the interest to the bank and how much is going to the principal, the loan. Okay. So look at page 170, where we're looking at this amortized principal and interest payment, this little gray box. Right. And since we're getting ready to use the word, and I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I've only had 5 minutes to maybe get a chance to put the board, making phone calls or anything like that. But this is your time. This happened for you. All right. All right. Boom. And now we're going to be doing to the next one. Now, once again, ladies and gentlemen, our variables. Once we understand our variables, it is like programming. It is like coding. Once you understand your variables, then we can do the math. That's kind of the secret recipe to math, is understanding the variables. This way here, we can do the equation. We can do the math. All right. So that's exactly what we're going to do once again. Sorry. Oh, come on. Unbelievable. This is erasable ink, you would think anyway. But yet, I seem to be struggling to get erasable ink off my board. All right. Oh, wow. See, made a mistake one day, and I used a Brillo pad, and I scratched on the board here. Now I can't remove anything on the scratch because I took off the surface. I'm going to need another board. And as usual, I have to pay for my mistakes. Okay, so we're almost there. Boom. Let's get ready to go. Boom. That's to me good 4 years. I guess the longer than it should have. Alrighty. Perfect. Okay, now, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to start with what's in the book. First thing first, let's read it. A lender applies a portion of each amortized payment to interest first. The bank wants their money first. And then the remaining portion of that monthly payment to the principal, what you borrowed. The amount that is applied to interest for any one installment payment is calculated by computing the total yearly interest on the unpaid principal balance and then dividing that figure by the number of payments made each year. For example, if the current outstanding loan balance is $70,000 and the interest rate is 7.5% per annum, which is per year, and your constant monthly payment is $489.30, the principal and interest on the next payment will be computed as shown. Now, for some of you, how many of you heard blah, 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 blah? Somewhere along the line in the middle, you kind of got lost. So it happens. Now, it's going to be easy enough to do, or math's going to get a little easier. So here is going to be our three variables for this. Our three variables are going to be our monthly payment, payment, interest, principal. All right, it's not as easy as yearly, monthly, daily, but these will be our three variables for our amortization. Monthly payment, interest, principal. And once we have these three variables, our math will be easy. So now let's look at the book, ladies and gentlemen. We now know that our monthly payment is $489.30. So $489.30 is our monthly payment. Tells us that. We can see that, right? Now what we need to do is we need to take the $70,000 loan that we have, which is known as the principal. This is our principal, $70,000. All right. And we have an interest rate of 7.5%. What is that? Now, ladies and gentlemen, using your calculator, because some of you might not know how to use the calculator here. All right. So let me bring this up and show you so that you can see this. So do you see this percent? We got that percentage right there. Boom, boom, boom. Percent.
Yeah.
This is what you're going to need. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the $70,000. We're going to multiply it by 7.5, and then hit the percent. 7.5 and then hit the percent. Boom. 7.5%. Now you can see it in my calculator. And you see my answer equals.
Oh shit, I didn't get that.
Okay, that's okay. That's okay. So we'll do it again. All right. So now again, our loan is $70,000. $70,000.
Yeah.
Our interest rate is 7.5% interest. So we're going to take the 70,000. We're going to multiply it by 7.5%. Multiply by 7.5 and use that percent. And then hit equal. Do it again. Because again, as I said, not all.
I keep coming up with 0.7.5.
Okay, so you're using a decimal. That's okay. So once again, all right, $70,000, boom, 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 70,000, multiply
Okay.
by 7.5%.
Yeah.
Go ahead, take your time. What's happening?
I'm getting the same thing. I'm doing the same thing you're doing. I'm clearing up my computer.
Okay, so what number do you have on your calculator?
So don't use the decimal?
Now I don't like it would come up with if it's 00, the calculator automatically will just round it off to the dollar. It wouldn't give you the 0.00.
Right. So
And so-
multiply.
Yep. So again, $70,000 is our loan amount.
Mm-hmm.
Bank's giving us 70,000. And we want to multiply by our interest rate. Our interest is 7.5, use the percent. 7.5%.
Yeah, I'm still getting 0.075. I'm doing the same thing you're doing.
Okay, so you're getting, okay, so that's fine. Now hit the equal.
5,250.
That's okay. That's fine. So your computer just broke it down to a decimal. It took the 7.5 and made it 0.75 or 0.075. So all your calculator is doing is simply changing the fraction into a decimal,
Okay.
which is okay. So now, once again, let's do it again. Now
All right,
you understand your calculator. So take your $70,000,
Mm-hmm.
multiply it by 7.5%. And what your calculator is doing is breaking that 7.5 into a decimal.
Okay.
Okay. Now just hit equal. Equal. Right.
All right.
And now you came up with the correct answer.
All right. That's what I got. Okay. Now we're
Okay. Now you can see what we just did is right here in your book. Right here in the book, what you just did. We got the 70,000, and now you can see that your calculator took the fraction and turned it into a decimal. It turned it into 0.075. Your calculator did that. And you came up with that answer, 5,250, that you see in the book, correct? So that's what we do here, right here. So we multiply our percentage into our principal amount. And the answer that we have is 5,000, as you can see in your book, $250. What is this $5,250?
Annual interest.
The yearly interest. So if this is the yearly interest, what we need to do is divide the yearly by 12 months in a year. All right. So divide it by 12. Take the 5,250 and divide it by 12 months in a year. And what does that give us?
437.5.
437.50. 437.50 is our answer, right? And this tells us that this is the interest. The bank is charging us 7.5% interest. So we now take this number and put it over here where it says interest. 437.50. Because we now know that out of our payment of $489.30, $437.50 is going to the interest. So how much is going to the principal? All we need to do is subtract these two. Take the $489.30 and subtract the interest. What do we get?
That's a 2 by the 5,250. You
Say it
multiply
again.
by 2. That's a 2 you got over there under the
Yeah,
7,000.
it's $489.30 and $437.50. $437.50.
Mm-hmm.
$489. So that's what we got. $437.50. How did we come up with that? We took the 70,000, multiplied it by 7.5%. That gave us the yearly interest of 5,250, and we divided the yearly interest by 12 months to come up with the monthly interest.
Okay.
Okay. And so now we took the yearly and divided it by 12 to come up with our monthly. This is the monthly interest, which we put over here, monthly interest. So now what we need to do is subtract these two. And what do we get?
What?
5180.
And we get 5180, correct, of the principal. So here's what we're done. We're already done. The question was, out of our payment of $489.30, how much is going to interest and how much is going to principal? That's what the question asked. And now we can see that 437.50 of our 489 is going to the interest. How did we do that? We simply took the loan of $70,000 and multiplied it by the interest of 7.5%. That was in the book. That was the equation. When we did that, when we took the principal amount of 70,000, we multiplied it by 7.5% interest, it gave us the yearly interest of 5,250. What we needed to do is break that down to monthly. So take the 5,250 and divide it by 12, and that's how we came up with this 437.50. And now we subtract these two. So we now know that 5180, only 5180 is coming off our loan. This is going to the interest of the bank. Even though we made a payment of 489.30, of that 489.30, only 5180 is coming off the loan. The 437.50, kiss it goodbye. Interest to the bank. Much, much easier than the proration, but we still do have three variables. Our three variables in this situation is our monthly payment. We'll always have that answer. We'll always know what our monthly payment is. The question is, out of the monthly payment, how much is going to interest and how much is going to principal? And so that's easy enough to do. Sorry, brother, in class. It's easy enough to do. We just take the principal amount, the loan, multiply it by the interest. That'll give us yearly interest, break it down by 12 months to give us the monthly interest. That's how we came up with the second. Subtract the interest from our payment, tells us our principal. Only 5180 is coming off of this loan. 437.50 interest to the bank. Why do you think the bank gave you the loan in the first place? All right. Was it because they liked you?
Because they can make money on the interest.
That is the game, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Remember, yield and risk. Yield and risk. Will the bank give you the loan? So you think you're, oh, I got good credit. Well, maybe, but is it a good investment for the bank? How much money is the bank going to make off of the loan? Remember what I told you, ladies and gentlemen, if you borrow $100,000 from the bank, you'll end up paying almost $300,000 back to the bank over the term of the loan, which is why the bank made the loan. Now, of course, the bank ain't waiting 30 years. They're going to sell this loan in the secondary market. They want their money up front. But in any event, we need to figure out this equation so that you can get the math right. All right. So let's do another one that's not in the book, but it should be simple enough to do. All right. So let's do this. Boom, boom, boom. All right. Because we now know that our three variables are going to still remain the same. Right. And now, in order for me to do this, because I know what question you're going to ask in a second, so let me just do this. Let's do this real quick. Pull this up. Give me 1 second here. Let's do this. Let's do this. Mentor class. We're in our mentor classing. I am now mentoring you. Let's do this. And we need this here. Hold on right here. Give me 1 second. Mentor. Let's do this. I need this. And then let's do this. Let's do this. And then let's do this. So that we have this. And let's do this. Okay. All right. Close that out. Boom. Close. And do we have any advertisement here? Close out the advertisement. All right. Very good. All right. Good, good, good. So now, ladies and gentlemen, let's do this. Let's just do $100,000. Let's make it real easy. Start off with. And let's do 6.75. 6.75 years. And then calculate. All right. And that's what we need there. So monthly payment will be, okay, boom. That's what I need. Okay. So now, ladies and gentlemen, let's do another one. So now we got a $100,000 loan. $100,000. All right. our monthly payments are going to be $648.60. $648.60. Our monthly payments. And our interest rate on this loan, ladies and gentlemen, will be 6.75%. So we already start with these. We already know what our monthly payment will be. We now know what our loan amount, the principal is, and we know what the interest rate. So what we need to know is out of this 648.60, how much is going to interest and how much is going to the principal. So the first thing that we need to do is multiply the loan amount by the interest. So what you're going to do is you're going to take $100,000, multiply it by 6.75%.
6750.
$6,750. This is correct. $6,750. What is this $6,750?
The yearly
Yearly.
interest.
Yearly. And what do we need? We need monthly. So what are we going to do with the yearly?
Divide
By 12.
By 12. Very good. Divide it by 12. And what does that give us?
562.
562.50. And guess what? This 562.50 is our interest. 562.50. So we now know that out of our monthly payment of $648.60, $562.50 is going to the interest. So how much is going to the principal? Take the $648.60, subtract the interest. Take your monthly payment and subtract the interest from it.
It's $86.10.
$86.10. How do we know if they got the right answer? Here's what you do. Take the 86.10 and add the 562.50 to see if you get 648.60. So backwards and forwards. So now take 86.10 and add 56.250 to it. So add these two now and see if it gives you 648.60. So now you can check your answer. So if you take the 86.10 and you add 562.50, it should give you 648.60. So now you know that these two numbers are correct because it gives you this. So that's how you can check your answers. Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, we now know that out of our monthly payment of $648.60, $562.50 is going to the interest, and only $86.10 is coming off our $100,000 loan. Simple enough, right?
Mhm.
Simple enough. Let's do one more, ladies and gentlemen, because this one here should be a very simple equation because we have three things. We have the loan amount, we have the interest, we have the monthly payment. So we're going to see that. I'm going to give it to you in your chat in 1 second. So if we already have those three variables, then we really just need a breakdown of the interest and the principal. And how do we do that? Is by this equation. Okay, so let's do one more because I think you guys already got this one. All right. All right, one more. And let's make this a mansion. All right. Let's say that our monthly freaking payments are a yearly salary or monthly payment. Okay, so let's make our monthly payment $36,000 a month. All right, for this freaking mansion. Cost to be boss, doesn't it? All right. All right, so let's do that. So let's just say that we're getting a loan. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's say that we're getting a loan for $1,800,000. $700,000. Okay.
Oh, no.
Yeah, don't get scared. Don't get scared. All right. So, all right. And so let's do this. All right. Hold on 1 second so I can get our monthly payment because that's probably what you're going to ask. Mhm. All right. And let's do 7.2. Delete. All right. All right. So, all right. So our interest is going to be 7.2%. And I'll tell you right now, if I was getting 1.8, my interest better not be that freaking high. But in any event, for this equation, and our monthly payment on this property is $12,218.19.
I thought you said the monthly payment was 36,000.
I know I did, but I didn't want to go with a $5 or $6 million property. I figured that was too big of a jump. So I stuck with the $1,800,000 property. All right. So I
Did you
apologize.
put it in the check?
Yeah. So not yet. Not yet. Okay. So we're still doing this on the board. So we got a loan for $1,800,000 at 7.2% interest, and our monthly payment on this one is $12,218.19 each and every month. How would you like that for a monthly payment? All right. So the question is, out of this monthly payment, how much is going to interest? How much is going to principal? So let's do this. Take the $1,800,000 and multiply it by 7.2% interest, and just use the numbers you see on the board. Don't forget.
129,600.
Okay, I got that.
All right.
I'm working with Jones right now.
Okay, very good. So that says Jones comes up with $129,600. What is this $129,600?
Annual.
The yearly, the
Yearly.
annual. Very good. And what do we need? We need to get monthly. So what do we need to do?
Divided by 12.
Divided by 12. Very good.
12 is the 12 months, right? Of the
Yeah,
year?
that's correct.
10,800.
10,800.
All right, now I got 10,800.
All right. So where does this 10,800 go? It goes over here to the interest. 10,800. See how easy this one is? So now our payments are $12,218 a month. Of that, the bank is getting 10,800 interest. How much is actually coming off my loan? Subtract these two. Subtract the monthly payment from the monthly interest.
1,418.19.
Here you go. 1,418.19. That means of my monthly payment of $12,000 every month, only $1,418 is coming off of my loan. 10,800 went to the bank as interest. Woo! Pretty good on the money game, huh?
I got 1,400.
You got 1,400, a round number, which means we probably didn't use your 19.
Oh no, I got it. That's right. I got
All right.
14 here. I just think add the cent.
No,
All
okay.
right, so I got 1,418. I'm good.
Okay, 0.19, right?
I'm good, Joan.
Okay.
Yup,
All
we
right.
good.
All right. And ladies and gentlemen, this is how easy it is to do amortization, because it gave us the loan amount and the interest, and it gave us the monthly payment. All we needed to do was figure out what the interest and the principal is. How did we do that? By taking the loan amount, multiplying it by the interest, that'll give us yearly, divided by 12, gives us our interest, subtract the interest from the payment, gives us our principal.
Got it.
Easy enough? All
Yeah,
right,
I got it.
so let's do this then, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh yeah, another one.
All right, so let's do this. Hold on, let me see. Let's do this. Give you a question. Which one do I want? I don't want to do that. Oh, here we go. Let's do this one. All right. Boom. Boom. Let's do this. Copy. And in your chat, everyone, there is your question.
Oh no.
Don't overthink it. Just look at the numbers, look at the board. You already got 3 of the numbers. Do what you see on the board. Don't freak out.
Mr. Nelson, can you go back to the board?
Yep, right here.
Yeah. Keep
Change
it up
this
1 second.
18 and make it 100,000.
Can
So
you move your hand?
this number is now 100,000. As you can
Mr.
see.
Nelson,
Yes.
move your hand out the way. Let me see something. I'm trying to take a picture of it.
Mhm.
All right. All right. Jones, I wish I was sitting next to you so I can cheat.
Can't cheat in life. You don't need to cheat. You don't need to,
Jones got the answer.
but you do too. Remember,
When I
now
look
it's
on her
100,000. All right.
All right, let me see. Let me sure I'm doing this right.
Your time.
What's this? 100,000.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. 100,000.
What is your interest rate?
6. So
So take the 100,000 and multiply it by your interest rate.
multiply by my interest rate 6. That's 6,000, and now divided by 30. No, 12.
There you go.
Divided by 12,
Mm-hmm.
and I got 72,000.
No, you must have multiplied it.
I must have multiplied it. Oh, I
Yeah.
must have done something.
Okay, so do it again. Take the 100,000,
100,000
multiply it by 6%.
multiplied by 6%.
What does that
Okay.
come out to?
0.06. Wait. 6,000.
6,000.
Yeah.
Okay, 6,000 is the yearly interest. Take the 6,000 yearly interest divided by 12 months in a year.
Divided by 12. I got 500.
$500. Very, very good.
I got the answer.
I know you do.
Hold on, John. Hold on.
Now, yeah, you got it. You got the answer. You got $500 is going to the interest. What is the monthly payment?
The monthly payment would be our subtract. Hold on. Hold on.
Yeah, what's the monthly payment in this question I gave you on the board in your chat?
I sent the answer directly to you, Warren.
You did.
Why do you do that? 575.
Okay, so the monthly payment is $575.
Okay.
And how much is your interest that you just came up with?
500.
Subtract the 500 from the 575. And what do we have?
$75.
$75. So if you made that first payment of $575 and you now know that $75 is coming off the loan, 500 went to the interest. How much do you still owe the bank after you made that first payment of $575, knowing that only $75 is going to the loan?
You got it, girl.
It would be answer B.
It's answer B is correct. And you didn't
Yeah.
need to cheat. You didn't need to
I
cheat.
got it.
See, you didn't need to
I
cheat.
was so nervous. My chest coming out.
I'm telling you, math is easy. It's not hard. All right. It's a universal language, and we need math for everything we do. And you can do it. You just got to stop yourself from believing you can do it. You can do it. And so you just answered a question on the state exam. You now had your 3 variables. You had your $100,000. All right. We had our $100,000 and our 6%. We knew what to do. All right. We knew that our payment was $575. Now, how much goes here and there? All right. And so last time we'll do it on the board. Boom. Works with me. Work with me. Work with me. All right. Boom, boom, boom. And
This- This our last one.
yeah. And so now you have this. This is what we started off with. We started off in the equation in your math question. We started off with the 100,000. 100,000. Boom, boom, boom. And we knew that the interest rate was 6.0%. And we knew that our payment was $575. My board's still a little wet. So you figured out, Adia, what to do. We took the 100,000 and multiplied it by the 6%. And that gave us $6,000. You also knew to divide this by 12, and that gave us $500. You now knew to take the $500 and put it over here for the interest
To subtract.
and subtract the payment from the interest, which gave us $75. Now you knew the question was, after you made your first payment of $575, how much do you still owe on the loan after you made your first payment of $575? You now know that $500 is going to the bank and only $75 is coming off the loan. That's how you came up with $99,925 that you still owe, even though you made a payment of $575. Only 75 of it went to the principal.
Damn.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
So where the rest of the money at? Where the rest of the money go?
To the bank. To the interest of the bank.
Damn, that's a ripoff.
Well, now let's talk about this real quick.
Yeah, let's talk about it.
Let's talk about it. Would it be a ripoff
Import.
if you were getting the $500? If it was going in your pocket, would it be a ripoff now?
I
If you
mean,
were
because
getting it-
conscious, you feel sad. I mean, I would like for it to be fair.
Okay. Now remember what I taught you, ladies and gentlemen. Remember what I taught you. All right. Because I told you, you don't want to be the landlord. You want to be the bank. Okay. And let's do this because now Adia is the bank. And in this situation, Adia is now selling the property for $100,000. Let's say she's selling it to me for $100,000. All right.
Oh, the payments come to me.
Yes. Yes. And so
All
now
right.
my payments are $678.79 for this loan at, let's do 6%. 6% is what we agreed to, right? Let's stick with that.
Mhm.
All right. And now we can see that our payments will be a little bit different than what I have on the board. 100,000, 6%, 30 years. It's okay. So 100,000, right? 100,000, 6%. That's okay. So our payments are a little bit different here. $599.55. All right. But in this situation, I'm giving Adia $10,000 up front. So my loan is going to be $90,000 because I'm giving her $10,000 up front. Okay. And so my payment to Adia will be $539.60 for the next 30 years. That means of this, Adia sold me the property for $100. I gave her $10,000 down. She's financing 90, but look what Adia will get. She didn't sell the property for $100. She sold the property for $194,000 because this is what the bank will make. This is what Adia will make. Adia will get the $104,000 in the interest plus the $90,000 in the principal, giving Adia $194,000 for the property that she sold me for $90,000 because Adia is now getting the interest.
Mhm.
See?
Mhm.
So it's
So you
okay.
had us do the math on our calculator, but the whole time you had the little thing in here, and all we gotta do is just put it in here and we'll get the answer.
Yes, but you can't use a calculator when you're taking the exam at some testing centers. So I needed you to figure out how to do it because some testing centers, you have to use their calculator. You can't take your phone in with you. You'll have to use their calculator. So I need you to start learning how to use a calculator because you can't go onto a website when you're taking a state exam.
Right.
Okay? All right. Listen,
Mhm.
ladies and gentlemen, when you take the state exam, I don't know if you ever visited a friend in jail, but you have to take everything off and put it in a locker. Okay. So you can't go visiting a friend in jail with your jewelry on, your watch, or anything like that. Everything has to come off. When you take the state exam, it's the same damn thing. Everything
Amazing.
has to come off. It goes into a locker. They test your glasses to make sure there's no recording devices. You're going to have a camera right on top of you to make sure you're not cheating in any way. It's not the comfortablest atmosphere, but you need to understand what you have to work with when you're taking a state exam. You might be allowed to use their calculator, or you might have to bring your own calculator, but you can't take your phone in. So you can't use the calculator on your phone. You need to understand this. So bring your own calculator in case they don't have a calculator for you, but you can't take your phone in. That goes in the locker when you take the state exam. Everybody understand that part?
Uh-huh.
Okay, very, very good. This is done, ladies and gentlemen, and you even did it on the chat. Congratulations to you on that. I don't think we need to do any more. You understand how to take the monthly payment and get the interest and the principal by taking the principal and multiplying it by the interest gives us a yearly interest divided by 12. Easy, lickety split. Yes. Okay, very, very good. Let's do this, ladies and gentlemen. Now, let's see what I want to do next. Okay, here's what I want to do next. Remember I told you the government, which we talked about, equalization factor, mills, and assessed value compared to fair market value. So let's do this, ladies and gentlemen. We got to understand the difference between the assessed value and the fair market value and how our taxes are going to be equated. So I'm going to give you some examples of questions you're going to have on the state exam when it comes to your taxes. All right. We talked about taxes that you already paid when you're selling a property, but now let's calculate our taxes that we have to pay. All right. How did we come up with those numbers that we originally worked with? How do we know? If the government says that our taxes are $1,800 a year, what's that based on? Is it based on the sale of our property?
Yeah, wipe it off again.
Right, we're not selling it, we're still living in it, and our taxes went up. Our taxes went up. Did the value of our property go up because our taxes went up? No. No, that's nothing to do. Remember what I told you, ladies and gentlemen. Remember what I said. Your taxes are based on the budget, not the value of your property, but the budget. What do we need to pay the police, the fire, the trash pickup, and so forth? The government's favorite tax is called the ad valorem tax, which is your property taxes. Your property taxes is the ad valorem tax. You're not supposed to know this. All right. Ad valorem is Latin for according to value. And you believe your taxes are based on the value of your property. But now that you're my student, you now know that the taxes are not based on the value of your property, but the value of the budget. What do we need to pay all the municipal employees this year? Based on that, we're going to assess property owners. for that. Okay, so let's just say that your property has a fair market value of $250,000, which means if you went to sell this property, you can get $250,000 for it. Okay, but your property is assessed at 40%. Okay, so we got fair market value, 250,000. Assessed value, %40. 40%. So what is the assessed value of the property? Take the fair market value, multiply it by the 40%, because you're assessed at 40%. We'll talk about it in a second, but just do this first.
100,000.
Okay, so 250,000. Let me double check your answer. Multiply it by 40%. Boom, you are correct. So the
Oh,
assessed
shit.
value, yeah, you
You
go.
hear that, Joe?
You're going, all right. The assessed value is 100,000. So we got our fair market value at 250,000. That's what our house is worth. But for tax purposes, we're being taxed on the assessed value. See, we need to know the difference between the fair market value and the assessed value.
Is the fair market value the price?
That's what you can get. You can sell this property any day, any day of the year, you can sell for 250. But
And
for
does-
tax purposes, you're being taxed on the assessed value, not the fair market value. How do we come up with the assessed value? We got to know what the tax rate is. And in this situation, the government's telling you that you're based on a 40%. So 40% of the fair market value is going to give us 100,000 for the assessed value. And your taxes are based on, let's do 38 mils. What's 38 mils, ladies and gentlemen? Anybody remember?
Joe.
38 mils is 3.8%. All you do is put it in the middle and take the mils and turn it into a percentage.
So any number, let's say example 26, just take the dot, put it in 26.
And now you got 2.6%. Yes.
Okay, so 26 mils, 2.6 percent.
There you go. See how the government is now doing this purposely? They're taking the fair market value and turning it into assessed value, and then they're taxing us based on the mill. Why didn't they just say 3.8%? Why did they have to say 38 mil? Why couldn't they just say 3.8%? Well, that's government. So now, what are our taxes on this $100,000? Take the $100,000 and multiply it by your mill. And what's our taxes?
Wait,
Take
what
the
do we do?
$100,000 and now multiply it by 3.8%.
Multiply
3,800.
3.8 cents. 3,080.
There is your yearly taxes. Your yearly taxes are $3,800 a year on this property.
Nine.
How did we come up with it? How did the government? Because you would be using this number. You would not even know about the assessed value. And so you as a homeowner, not knowing the government's game, you're trying to figure out how they came up with $3,800 on my property based on this. You'll never come up with it. You're like, something's wrong. They're taxing me wrong. Because what you didn't know is the difference between your fair market value and your assessed value. The government says that they're assessing the property at 40%. Now that gives us a different number, 100,000. And now the government's saying that we're assessing it at 40% and we are taxing it at 38 mils on the assessed value. See how the government likes to do this?
Mm-hmm.
Remember the 3-card Monte shell game?
Mm.
Here it is.
The assessed percentage, does it go right across the board or it depends on the property?
That depends on the property, depends on the area, depends on the location.
Okay.
Right? So let's do another one using completely different assessment. All right. So let's do this. Now, let's say that the property is worth, let's do 190,000. It's $190,000. $190,000. And in this situation, the assessment is 32%. In this county, 32%. 32%. And our mill is going to be 46 mil. All right. Easy enough, right? 46 mil. Now, so the first thing that we need to do is change this because our fair market value is 190. We have that. We need to come up with the assessed value.
60 and 800.
You go with the, I can't even put it on the board fast enough. You got it down now. All right. All right. So hold on. Wait for me, please. All right. So now, ladies and gentlemen, let's do this. We now know that the fair market value is $190,000. That's what our property's worth. That's what we could sell it for. But the township is hitting us up with an assessed value. What is the assessed value?
60,800.
60,800. And how did we get that? We took the 190 and we multiplied it
By
by
the
the county's assessment. So now we now know that they're basing our taxes not on the 190, they're basing our taxes on the 60,800. And what will our taxes be this year? Take the 60,800 and multiply it by 46 mils.
$2,796.80.
Okay, so make sure everybody has it. All right. So we got the 60,800 assessed value. Multiply it by 46 mil, which is 4.6%. All right. Multiply it by 4.6%. And as Romar said, the taxes will be $2,796.80 a year based on not the fair market value, based on the assessed value. This is how the government does it.
You have 19,000 or 190?
Okay,
190.
this is 190. So this is the fair market value, 190. But we are being assessed
You have
at 32% in this county, in the city, wherever it is. So we need to know the difference between the fair market value of 190 and the assessed value. So we take the 190, multiply it by the tax assessment of 32%. That will give us the assessed value, 60,800. The assessed value is multiplied by the mills, the percentage. That gives us our tax rate.
Okay,
Everybody think they have this one?
I got it.
Let's do it then. Are you ready, ladies and gentlemen? On back there and in your chat, give me the answer A, B, C, or D, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, 180. Well, 180 divided by 25%, right?
Okay, very good.
180 divided by
multiply? How do you? How do
25%.
you?
45 divided by
Make sure we got a multiply and a multiply. So there should be no division, no dividing.
I don't know. It's my answer.
Take
Hold
your
on.
time.
Wait a
Take
minute.
it, okay? So we got 180,000, 180,000,
A.
and it is based on 25%. 25%. So what is our assessed value? We take the 180,000 and we multiply it by the assessment of 25%. What do we have?
45,000.
Okay, very, very good. See what's happening here? All right, so now we figured out the difference between the fair market value and the assessed value. Right? So the fair market value is 180 according to your question in your chat.
I put the answer in
Value
it.
is 180. And we now know if we multiply this by the 25%, that's the equation in your chat. Romar, what is the number again?
45.
45,000.
45,000.
45,000. Even?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Now we have the fair market value and the assessed value.
What is the most?
I
What
got
is-
A.
Yeah, very, very good. And our tax rate is 30 mils. 30 mils. What is 30 mils, ladies and gentlemen?
3.0.
3.0. So you
Oh,
take
so I'm right.
this, you take this
You're right.
value and multiply it
That's right.
by 3.0%. And what is our answer?
1350.
1350.
There you go. There you go. No cheating required. All
I
brain
feel
power.
so smart.
And it's not that hard. It's not hard at all.
I know
Okay.
you just gotta pay attention.
That's it. That's it. All right. And so, does anybody need to do this again? And everybody kind of got this? Oh, by the way, I'm going to give this to you. When we're done, I'm going to give you all these math questions that I'm putting in your chat. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Very, very good. All right. Very, very good. Now, let's do this one. All right.
We're doing
This is
no-
investment, ladies and gentlemen. Investment. The last thing we're going to do is our commissions, where we're making our money. That math. When it comes to our money, it doesn't seem like we have a problem with math. Isn't that something? We can do math when it comes to our money. But we're going to deal with commissions in a second. Now it's easy. Why? Burn it off. Oh, there's my package. Right. Boom, 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 boom. Done. All paper towels. All right, so now, ladies and gentlemen, let's deal with some investment. We're going to be buying some property now, and we have to find out our loan to value, LTV. Remember we talked about it? LTV. And so let's say that we are buying a building, and let's say that the building that we're buying is $468,000. This is the building that we want to buy. It's $468,000. Okay. And the lender is going to be charging us 2 discount points, and we need to put 10% down. Okay, so we went to the bank and we said to the bank, we need 468 to buy this property. The bank says, okay, we'll give you a loan if you put 10% down. And remember the 2 fees that the bank charges: loan origination fees and discount points. Okay, so the bank wants 10% down. All right, 10% down. Let's do 10% down. And they're going to be charging, let's say, 2 discount points. 2 discount points. How much money do you need out of your pocket, and how much is the bank going to lend you? So the first thing we do is take the 468,000 and multiply it by 10%.
$46,800.
Very good. So that means
That's what I had. I just ain't say it.
That's okay. That's okay. So we now need $46,800 skin in the game. The bank is going to say, look, we'll give you a loan if you come up with $46,800. So now subtract the 468 from what you need. Okay. This is going to give us our LTV, but let's do this first. So take the $468,000 loan, subtract the 10% that we need down. How much is the bank going to be lending us now?
421,200.
And we subtract the 46,800, and you are correct. So that means the bank is now going to be lending us $421,200. And of this 421,200, the bank is charging us 2 discount points. What's 2 discount points?
2%.
2%.
2%. So
Take the 421,200 and multiply that by 2%.
multiply.
8,424.
Okay. So
Okay, hold on. I messed up.
it's okay.
I got 8,000. How I do that?
Okay. And it should be 8,424.
With the 2%, I write 0.2.
421.
I know. I'm saying how I write it in the computer. I mean, in the calculator, 0.2%
You could do 2%, or yes, you could do 0.02 if you want to do a decimal. 0.02.
0.02%, right?
Yep. Or
I
yeah.
got 8424.
There you go.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So now take the 8,424 and add the 46,800 to it. 46,800.
55,224.
Very, very good. Very, very good. Plus the 46,800. This means that you are going to need out of your pocket
What?
$55,224 in order to get this loan. What is the LTV? If you're putting 10% down, that means the bank is lending you 90% because
So
you're
what-
putting 10% down.
Can
So
you go all the way back, please? Because
I'd
I
be happy
must.
to. Be happy to. So we want to buy a property. Joan wants to buy a property. It's $468,000. It's a little shopping mall. She thinks it's going to be a good investment. And she needs $468,000. That's what the seller wants for the property. So Joan goes to the bank to get a loan for $468,000. The bank says it's an investment property, Joan. You're going to need 10% of your own money into this. That means Joan needs 10% of this loan. Joan needs $46,800 of her own money. This is called earnest money. Okay. 46,800. So if Joan's putting in 10% of her own money, subtracted from the loan, that means the bank is giving her the 90%. The bank is going to loan her $421,200 because Joan's got skin in the game. 10% of her own money. So out of the 468, Joan's got 10%. The bank's going to lend her $421,200. So right now, Joan's got skin in the game, $46,800. But the bank says they're charging Joan 2 discount points for this loan. 2%. So when we take this $421,200 and multiply it by the 2%, that comes up to $8,424. This is where the bank makes their profit. The bank is making $8,424 just to give Joan this loan.
Okay, so I must have missed a step, but I got it now.
Okay.
So I'm at the 421,200 times the 2%.
That's good. So that's what the bank's charging.
Okay.
And that means Joan's going to have to pay another $8,424 to the bank just for this loan. So she's got 10% plus her 2 points to the bank. Joan needs, add these two up, Joan needs $55,224 in her own money in order to buy this property before the bank will give her 90% of the loan. You're going to be doing investment, ladies and gentlemen. There is no way in hell the bank's lending you 100%. No way in hell. And you know what? You'd be freaking lucky at 10%. Let's do something a little bit more realistic. All right. When it comes to these investment properties. All right. So let's do something a little bit more realistic. So that you know, if you want to be investing in property, you better understand what the bank wants before you start looking at property. If you don't understand what the bank wants, I don't quite know what you're looking at property for. Do you think that you're just going to go to the bank and they're going to lend you all the money that you need? It's not going to happen.
So, Warren, so the final answer was 55,224.
That
So
was the final
What is the
answer.
loan to value?
The loan to value was 90 because you had to put up 10%.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
you're very welcome. All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's do something else. So now in this situation, Romar sees this property for 380,000 that he's liking. 380,000. And the bank is doing two things here. In this situation, they want 20% down, and they're going to be charging Romar 2 discount points and 2 loan origination fees, points. Okay. How much does Romar need in his bank account to get this property? All right.
It's a 6,000.
300. Go ahead.
What's in the third column, Warren? I can't see.
Okay, so it's 380,000 for the property,
Yes.
20% down, all right? Down payment.
Okay.
Down payment. And then this is the charges for the bank. The bank is charging Romar 2 discount points, 2 loan origination fees, charges. So now we need to know what Romar needs in order to buy this property. So the first thing we need to do is take the 380,000 and multiply it by the 20%.
76,000.
All right, see that? You guys got this now. You got to wait for me. You got to wait for the instructor now. Jesus, God, you guys are so good now. All right, times it by 20%. And so far at 20%, Romar needs $76,000 so far. All right, at 20%. So if Romar's getting a loan at 20%, what is the bank going to lend? Take the
304,000.
Okay, very good. Subtract that. That means Romar's going to be getting a loan for 304,000. How much is this 340? What is the LTV? If he's
Hold on.
20% down,
3,400 come from?
because we had to subtract the 20% that Romar needs
Oh, subtract the 20% from the 7,000 too?
from the 380,000. So if you take the 380,000 and you multiply it by 20%,
Yeah,
that's $76,000.
right.
So Romar needs 76,000. The bank's only not lending him 100%. So if we take the $380,000 and we subtract what Romar needs out of his
Right.
pocket, how much is the bank lending?
Wait, so we subtracting 76 from what, the 380?
Yes,
Oh,
yes. Because the bank said, Romar, you want 380,000 to buy this property? You got to have 20% skin in the game of your own money. Romar now needs
Oh, okay.
$76,000 of his own money.
Okay.
So if he's got 76,000, take that off of the 380, that means the bank's lending 304.
Okay.
If Romar's putting 20% down, what's the bank giving him?
304. Okay.
Not the number. If
80.
Romar's putting, very
20%.
good. If Romar's putting 20%, that means the bank is giving him 80%.
Yeah.
All right. That is an 80 LTV because Romar needs 20% down. That means the bank is lending him the other 80%, the 304.
Oh,
Okay, loan to value. But we're not done yet because in order to get this 304, Romar's also got to pay the bank 2 discount points and 2 loan origination fees. So what would that be? 2 plus 2 is what?
4.
4%.
Oh, so it's percent.
Yep, because each point is 1% of the loan. The loan, not the sales price, the loan is 304. So now take the 304 and multiply it by 4%.
12,160.
Very, very good.
60.
Very, very good. Times 4%. So we now know that Romar needs $76,000 for his 20% down. All right. 20%. And for his 4%, he needs 12,160. How much does Romar need for this loan? Add these two together.
Damn, this is a lot.
This is investment. This is investment.
88,160.
Very, very good.
I ain't get that, so let me do it again.
Just add these two together. 76,000 plus the 12,160. That'll come to $88,160, like Romar said. In order for Romar to buy this property that he's interested in for $380,000, Romar needs $88,000 of his own money in order to get this loan amount to buy this property. Do not get the sales price, and the loan amount confused. Because this, ladies and gentlemen, these charges are based on the loan amount. They're not based on the sales price. So we need to find out what the loan amount, and since the bank says, Romar, it's an investment, you need 20% of your own money down. Romar now needs $76,000 just for the 20% down. That means the bank's going to lend him 80% LTV because he's coming up with 20% of his own money. The loan amount is 304. And based on this 304, the bank's hitting him up with these two charges, 4%. So he needs his 20% down and his 4% charges. Romar needs $88,160 in that bank account called earnest money in order for the bank to give him the 304 remaining. So you need to understand this if you want to be investing in property, ladies and gentlemen, because the bank does not like investors. The bank prefers to lend money to people who will be moving into the property. And if you're not moving into the property, you need to put a lot more down, but the bank ain't going to give you the loan. So if you want to be investing in property, you better understand this equation. How much is the bank going to want up front in order for me to buy this property?
20%?
In this particular situation. And
How much?
so now the question might be, if Romar's putting 20% down, what's the LTV?
80%.
Okay. If Romar's putting 10% down, what's the LTV?
90%.
Very, very good. If Romar's putting 40% down, what's the LTV?
60%.
60%. Very get it. Get it? What if it's an FHA loan? What if Romar's only putting 3.5% down? What's the LTV?
70.
You know. No, I can't.
It's okay. So you got 100%, take 3.5 away from 100.
96.5%.
There you go, 96.5% LTV. Because Romar needs FHA, he only needs 3.5%. That means the bank is going to lend him the other 96.5. So your loan to value is the difference between what the bank will lend you compared to the value of the property. What you need to put down, the bank will lend you the rest, loan to value. So, easy enough, easy enough. And it is easy. Let's do it. Because you guys are excellent right now. You guys are doing an excellent job. All right. So,
Definitely not the loan amount.
yeah, because the loan amount's 304. The sales price that Romar wants to buy is 380. But the bank ain't lending him 100%. If they
Okay.
did, if he had to put nothing down, then it would be 100%. The bank would lend him 100%. But that shit ain't gonna happen. Ever, ever, ever. There ain't no way he's gonna walk into the bank and the bank says, hey, you don't have to give us anything. We'll give you all the money. That's never gonna happen. Okay? All right. So that would be 100. Now, the only way that might happen is under a Veterans Administration loan. A
I was
VA.
just about to ask that.
Yes, very good, Romar. Very, very good. Very good. All right. But notice the bank still ain't giving it to Romar for nothing because the bank's got that guarantee by the government
From the
of 40%. Exactly. So never ever is the bank going to give you 100% loan unless they got some kind of skin in the game. All right. So now, ladies and gentlemen, these guys are doing an excellent job, really are. Impress me. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. There's your chat. There's your question.
Balance.
And put your answer in the chat, A, B, C, or D. Put this answer on the board for you. Because I don't have any answers yet in my chat.
I sent mine.
Okay. Okay, yep, I got one answer so far. And we're almost done, ladies and gentlemen, almost. Just get into the good stuff next, and we'll be out of here. We'll get into our money, our commission. But let's just do this last one here. Make sure these guys have it. All right. Okay. So once again, the equation that we have on here is we have a property that we want to buy for $185,000. $185,000. And the bank wants us to put 10% down. What is 10% of 185,000?
18,500.
18,500 is 10%. So just track that. Take 18,500 off the 185. What do we come up with?
166,500.
$166,500. All right. This is our loan amount because we're putting 10% down. 18,500. And the bank is charging us how much?
2 discount points.
2 discount points. 2 discount points, which is what?
3,330.
There you go. So if you take this loan amount of 166.5 and multiply it by 2%,
$3,330.
$3,330
30.
even?
Yeah.
$3,330. So that's 2% of the loan amount plus the 18,500 for the 10% down payment. Add these both up.
21,830.
And what is our answer?
B.
Okay, 21,830. All right. Simple math because we're getting a property for 185, but the bank wants us to put 10% down. That's 18.5. So subtract our down payment or skin in the game from the sale price. That means the bank's going to give us a 90% LTV. They're going to lend us 166.5, but not for free. They'll give us the 166 at 2%. So now we need to know what the 18.5, the 10%, and the 2%, the 3,330, add those two. We're going to need 21,830 in order to get this $166,000 loan. All right. Once again, when you start reading investment books and you go and look at property, you better understand there's no such thing as a no money down deal. There's no such thing as a no money down deal. But if you want to keep buying my books, I'll tell you this, you can buy property with no money down. Bullshit. Because you do know that in the state of Pennsylvania, without any kind of consideration, you don't have a legal contract. So there's no such thing. And there ain't no way the bank's going to be lending you 100%. So it's bullshit on top of bullshit to think that you could buy a property with no money down. It's crazy. But in any event, now you know.
Yeah.
What does the bank want? As long as you know what the bank wants and you have it, you might be able to get your loan. Okay? All right, the last thing we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen, commission, baby. Commission. This is where we're going to get paid. All right? And wait till you start seeing the money you are about to make, ladies and gentlemen, which makes everything that you've done from this point forward worth it. Now,
Give me my money.
now you'll get to see my world. Now you get to see what I'm going to be doing in just this month alone. But what I'm going to be showing you is not anything out of the ordinary. You don't have to be super, super good. All you have to do is be an average real estate agent. Just be just being an average real estate agent. You're going to make this kind of money. All right. You
Worth
don't
the
need to be a superstar, a top producer. All right. Now, let me ask you this question, ladies and gentlemen. If you're in real estate and you're just doing it part-time, you got a full-time job. You got a full-time job and you do real estate and you make an extra 20, 30, maybe 40,000 a year on top of your salary. Is that cool?
That's more than cool. Nobody's giving $20,000.
Deal with that.
Exactly. So if you make an extra 20, 30, 40,000 and you're not working a full-time job, a second job, that's for damn sure, then is that cool? If you can make 100 to 200,000 a year full-time, is that cool?
Yes.
Okay, so let's play. Let's do something. All right. Now, let's do this. You all work for me. and we have an 80-20 split. As I said, we got to put food on the table, got bills to pay. All right. You get 80%, I get 20%. Okay, we got that established? Okay, let's talk about it. All right. So now let's do this. We're going to have Adia as the agent representing the seller and Romar as the agent representing the buyer. Let me repeat. Adia represents the seller. Romar represents the buyer. So Adia goes out to this property, talks to the seller, and says, Mr. Seller, I believe that we can get $250,000 for your property. Based on my comps, I believe we can get $250,000. And Adia is going to negotiate her commission. And so let's do this. Let's do 4%, 5%, 6%, 7%, 8%. We'll just leave it at that. Okay. All right. And Adia is going to negotiate her commission with this seller. What is 4% of $250,000?
$10,000.
Even. Is $10,000 a good day's pay for you, Adia?
I'm gonna say yeah.
I like that because Adia can make some more. What's 5% of $250,000?
12,500.
Okay, 12,500. What's 6%?
15,000.
Continue for me. What's 7%? 7% of 250.
$17,500.
Very good. And the last one, 8%.
20,000.
Boom, 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 baby.
Just keep adding 3,000 onto it.
Well, in this situation, because it's based on the sales price, all right? If it was a $70,000 property, if it was a $700,000 property, it wouldn't be the same. It would be different. It's just that Adia is telling this seller that she believes the property's worth $250,000, and Adia believes that she can sell it for $250,000 in this particular situation. Now, Adia can see if she negotiates with this seller, this is the money she could make. Do you think Adia is going to work with 4% if she can get 8%?
No.
Okay, no. Don't you think Adia would prefer to have 20,000 compared to 10?
Mhm.
Yeah, for sure.
Exactly. So Adia is first starting out with the seller, negotiating with the seller. Let's just say, boom, she lands on the 6%, 15,000. Okay, good day's pay. But now Romar is the agent representing the buyer. And in this situation, Adia is doing a 50-50 split. Adia is saying that out of my $15,000, I will give the buyer agent half.
Oh, hell no.
Okay, well, standard operating procedure here. Standard operating procedure. All right. So that means now Adia, who's the selling agent, will get $7,500. And Romar, who's the buyer agent, will get $7,500. Okay, now let me ask you a question, ladies and gentlemen. Is $7,500 a bad day's pay?
Yes.
Okay. All right. All right. So to each their own. So I think Adia is just a little sour. But you know what, Adia? If you wanted this whole $15,000, you should have been able to sell this property. You should have been able to sell this property. So you went through all this trouble to get the seller to list with you. But what did you do? You ran back to the office and you put it in the MOS. And you told all the other brokers, Adia's got a property for sale. So since you advertised in the MOS that Adia's got a property for sale, Romar has a buyer. And if it wasn't for Romar's buyer, Adia wouldn't be getting 7,500. What's 100% of nothing? Take 0 and multiply it by 100%. And what does that equal?
Okay.
Nothing. Nothing. So Adia has a property. She could be making 15,000. Here, she put it in the MLS, and she now knows that she is getting 7,500, not because of her, but because of Romar. Romar's got the qualified buyer who's approved for the mortgage to buy Adia's seller's property. So Adia is now, she listed the property. Romar has the buyer. He's getting half.
Oh, I see what you're saying. The
Okay.
buyer get the percentage because okay, and I'm the seller. Got it.
There you go.
But if I
So
would have sold it by myself, I would have got all of it.
there you go. Now,
Oh, okay.
how does Adia get the whole 15,000? Remember what I taught you. Your database. I told you the most valuable asset you could ever have is your database. So if Adia did what I taught her in the class, instead of going back and putting into the MLS to let all the other brokers know that Adia's got this property for sale, she would have first sent this property out to her database. And if she found the buyer for her seller, Adia would have kept the whole 15,000. This would be dual agency, where Adia's
Question.
buying the seller.
Question.
Go ahead.
How do you come up with the percentage? Like,
In this situation, you negotiated this percentage with the seller. You wanted 8, seller only wanted to give you 4. So in your negotiations, in my example, you guys agreed on 6%. So 6% of the 250,000 is 15,000. So you came up with it
okay.
when you were at the seller's house, talking to the seller about selling the property. And if you work with me, Adia, I'll charge you 8. And the seller goes, no, I'll pay 4. And Adia goes, well, I'll do it for 7. And the seller goes, I'll do it 5. And then you arrange, you agree on 6% through the negotiation. Remember, you can't set your price. You can't say my commission 7%. That's price fixing. You can't do that. You got to negotiate. So Adia negotiated 6%, 15,000 with this seller. Adia could get this whole 15,000 if she understood her database. First thing she would do is get to her database, all her contacts, and send this property first to all her contacts, her database. And if somebody in her contacts want to buy the property, Adia keeps the whole 15. But most real estate agents don't have this knowledge. So what Adia will do, just like your average real estate agent will do, as I said, your average real estate agent will now go back and put it in the MLS and let all the other brokers know that Adia's got a property for sale. And Romar, who's an agent with another brokerage, has a qualified buyer. He brought that buyer out.
Okay.
He brought that buyer out. Yep, go ahead.
So when you put it on the market for the other agent to say anybody can pick it up and get percentage of it. So
Exactly.
when you sell it yourself, it's all you.
Exactly.
You send it to your people, not them. Oh, okay.
There you go. But your average real estate agent doesn't have this knowledge.
I got it now.
Yep, you do. You do. Because Adia wasn't too happy about giving up $7,500 a couple minutes ago.
At all.
At all. But now she knows how
You don't
to
want to pay me for my work.
say again, Romar.
You don't want to pay me for my work.
This is what I've been trying to teach you. This is what I've been saying.
No hard feelings, Romar.
All right. But let's just do it this way. So now your average real estate, remember I told you your average commission is going to be around $5,000? That's true, but it should be more. But in any event, notice that now Adia is getting 7,500 and Romar's getting 7,500. Okay. Not bad.
So you have a choice.
But Romar is on a 50-50 split with his broker, and Adia is on a 80-20 split with her broker. So out of Romar's 7,500, how much does he have to give to his broker?
Damn.
Yeah.
$3,750.
$3,750. And that means Romar walks away with $3,750 because he had to give half of his money to his broker because he's on a 50-50 split. Adia is on an 80-20. So out of her 7,500, how much does Adia get? How much does her broker get? Mhm. So 7,500. First of all, multiply it by 80%. How much is that?
6,000.
6,000. All right. And now take the same 7,500 and multiply it by 20%.
1,500.
1,500.
There you go. Now look, because Adia is on an 80-20 split with her broker, she gets 6,000. Her broker gets 1,500. But because Romar's on a 50-50 split with his broker, he ends up with only 3,750, and the broker gets 3,750. See what happens?
Quick question.
Go ahead.
So I understand that part with the 80% and the 50%. Now let's go back to the percentage. Do I give my broker some of my money out of my 15,000?
If you got the whole 15,000,
Yeah.
80-20.
Oh, 80-20. Oh, okay. That's still good. Because you get what, 2,000-3,000 out of that?
Exactly. So
They ain't
yeah,
bad. They ain't bad.
that's exactly right. And again,
Okay.
as I said, ladies and gentlemen, most brokers are going to start you a brand new real estate agent right here. Or they might do 40-60. That's about it. You're a brand new freaking real estate agent. Do you think you're going to get professional 80-20 split starting out as a brand new real estate agent?
No.
No.
What is it going to be, 60-40?
If you're lucky, if you can really negotiate, maybe. But here's where you're going to be starting with most brokers. Because you're
You too?
brand new. You're a brand new agent. You are the most liability to me, the broker. You never done this before. You're going to make all kinds of mistakes. You're probably going to get me sued. All right. Yeah, because you're a brand new agent. And if you're going to make your mistakes, don't you think it's going to be your first year? You're going to make your mistakes?
Damn. Not
And
if we
so-
coming from your class.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
So what you
gotta
do,
stop.
50-50 too?
We'll talk about that in tomorrow's class, your business class, on how you're going to negotiate. But now you understand that most brokers are going to start you. They're going to take advantage of you.
Hold on, wait.
Well, they
the
take
business
advantage
plan-
of you. Again, as I said, you are most of liability. You are a big risk. You're a brand new agent. You never freaking did this before. Don't you think you're going to be clingy? Don't you think you're going to need a lot of my attention? Don't you think you're going to be a big liability your first year? Of course you are. It's natural. So most brokers aren't going to be paying you professional. You're going to be doing this the first year. Your second year, you could probably move up to 40, 60, 70, 30. Because you're my student, I'm going to start you at professional, 80-20.
I know that's right.
You know it's right, because I know my students.
Over there.
Not what I taught you. All right?
Now I have a question.
Go
I
ahead.
didn't get the link for tomorrow class. I only got the link for today class.
I didn't give it to you yet.
Oh, okay. I
Okay.
thought I was going crazy. All right.
Okay. Now, one more thing before we call this quick, because here's one thing I need you to know. Let's do it this way before we're done. Okay. One more thing before we do, because I just told you 50-50. All right. But let's do it this way. All right. Which you will see in the game. All right. So you need to know how the game is. So again, Adia has negotiated 6% commission with her seller. But there's nothing in the law that says she has to give half of her commission away. All right. So let's do it this way. So in the MLS, or now Adia saying 2%. All right. Now, here we need to understand that. So in this situation, Adia is the selling agent. She represents the seller at 6%. And she's offering the buyer agent 2%. Notice she's not giving half. She's not giving 3%. She's giving 2%. So now let's do this, ladies and gentlemen. If the D is getting 6%, but she's giving away 2%, how much does the D get?
4%.
4%. Very good. 4%. So now let's do it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do some numbers. So take, and that's what you're going to see on the exam. It's going to be what I'm going to give you. So we got 20%, 2%, and 4%. Okay. How much is Adia making? How much is Romar making?
From the 250?
No, you tell me.
I'm
You're right.
What year's in the 6%?
Well, that's not what I'm asking. Well, or am I? Because I need you to understand. Because you're going to see two different things. You're going to see this, and then you're going to see this. Let's do this, and then we could do 60%, 40%. Okay, so you're going to see either this, single digits, or you're going to see double digits. You need to know how to do your math based on single digits and double digits. So for right now, D is getting 4%, Romar's getting 2%. Tell me how much they're making.
4% and 6%.
But I'm lost because 4% and 2% of what?
That's what I'm
Exactly.
Very, very good.
4%.
Okay, so here's what I can do. Real easy, real easy. Everybody listening to me? Listen to me. Everybody hear me?
Yeah.
When it's single digits, we use the commission. When it's double digits, we use the sales price. Let me repeat that. Single digits based on commission. Double digits based on sales price. Real easy, little cheap. So now, if I just told you we got single digits based on commission, now, how much is Adia making? How much is Romar making? Because they got Adia's got a 6% commission, 15,000. Adia's getting 4%, Romar's getting 2%.
$600 and $300. That's around 15,000 times. Last.
Okay. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. I'm giving you a cheat, but I gave it back to you. Gave it to you wrong. I'm sorry. Double digits is based on the percentage. Single digits is based on the sales price. My apology. Backwards. So single digits based on the sales price. Double digit is based on the commission. Okay. So 4% of the sales price, 2% of the sales price.
So she would get 10,000.
Okay, 10K. And what are you getting?
5.
5. Does 10 and 5 equal 15,000?
Yeah.
It does. So now in this situation, Adia has got 6% commission. She is keeping 4% for herself. She's giving 2% away. So based on the sales price, Romar's getting 2% of the sales price. He's getting 5,000. Adia is getting 4% of the sales price. She's getting 10,000. But now let's change it. let's just say out of our 15,000 commission, Adia is getting 60% selling agent and Romar is getting 40%. Now, how much are they getting?
She's getting 9,000.
Okay, so 15,000. Okay, very good. Times 6.
And I'm getting 6,000.
Very, very good. 9K. And what do you got for you?
6.
6.
Yeah.
6K.
So can you explain
9
to
and
me
6 is
how he
15.
gets-
Say again, Joe.
Can you explain to me where he got these numbers? Where you,
I just made them up.
Us too.
But we know where we got this number. Adia
Right.
negotiated. But what Adia is thinking about is how much she's going to give away.
right, I
She
got that.
got
part.
15,000. So in one situation, Adia says, I'll give the buyer agent 2% and I'm keeping 4 of my 6%.
Right.
Okay? In one situation. Or in another scenario on your math exam, it might say that out of the 15,000, Adia is keeping 60% of it and Adia is giving away 40% of it.
Okay,
All right. Now how much? So in this situation, 4% would have been $10,000, but in this situation, 60% is 9,000.
no, okay.
All right.
I got it.
Okay. Remember,
Trying to figure
the
out
single digits is based on your commission. The
Oh.
double, oh, I did it backwards again. So the single digits is based on the sales price, single digits sales price, double digits based on commission. All right. Single digits sales price. All right.
First, when you gave it to us and I was doing it, I was getting 600 and 300, and that was ridiculous.
When I did the math myself, I realized my mistake. And so that's why I had to correct it. So ladies and gentlemen, $250,000 property. This is par. This is your average price of a property in Philadelphia, Harrisburg. And we're really, to be honest with you, we're closer to 300. We're like at that 280, 285 as a medium price range right now. 250, still a little low, 285. But in any event, if you do, let me ask you a question. If Adia did 10,000, how many deals does she have to do this year to make her happy? They're all the same price. Adia's making 10,000. Adia, how many deals do you need to do this year so that you be happy?
And I need to do a few of them.
Oh, it's a few. Tell me.
I
Yeah.
would say like a good 5 or more if I can.
Say again.
A good 5 to 10 or more if I can.
Okay, so that means she wants to do $50,000 to $100,000
Or more.
or more.
Mm-hmm.
Can Adia sell 5 properties this year?
Yeah.
All right. Can Adia sell 10 properties this year?
Of course.
Well, maybe, maybe not. Ladies and gentlemen, your average real estate agent does about 8 deals a year. Average real estate agent, about 8 deals a year. If you want to be above 8 deals a year, now you got to be a little bit better. You got to be a top producer. And if you want to do something like me, where we do 2 to 3 deals a month, you definitely got to be a top producer. Effort in, effort out. Adia can do 5 deals this year part-time. She could do a weekend warrior. She could do open houses on Saturday and Sunday, work a full-time job, and still be able to sell 2 to 5 houses a year part-time. Adia can easily do this. Should Adia want to leave her job and all the benefits that go with the job, then you better not be a lazy-ass mother effer. You better be able to make some goddamn money if you're going to quit your damn job. I would not recommend that you quit your job. I would recommend you keep that job and you start real estate part-time.
Mm-mm.
And then be happy with what you do as a supplemental income. Ladies and gentlemen, if you just did one deal and you made $10,000, would that have paid for this class?
Yeah.
One deal. And you got a great return on your investment already, ladies and gentlemen. Do you understand why you want to get that real estate license now? You are now qualified to take the state exam. Now that we did math, we got over a lot of the holdbacks that you have, a lot of the things, the doubting Thomas that you did not believe you could do. But now you understand you are more than capable of doing it. So when you take the state exam, here's my advice. Don't try and pass. Try and fail. Try to fail. What? What are you talking about?
Huh?
Yeah, because when you go and try to pass, you put a lot of pressure on yourself. And chances are you'll fail. Right.
Wait.
But if you go and try to fail it, then you take a lot of pressure off yourself because you're like, I'm going to fail this anyway. I'm not expected to pass it. So let me just try it out and see what happens. And if I pass, I pass it. But otherwise, I'm going to try and fail. What's the worst that can happen? You fail, then you succeeded because that's what you tried to do. But if you fail at failing, then you passed. Damn you do, damn you don't. You win either way. All right. So understand there's a little psychology. You had, when we started this day, a lot of anxiety that was holding you back. You believe that you could not do math. You believe that you would not be able to do these things. And look at us 4 hours later. You know how to do all these things.
I wasn't even gonna come.
Well, thanks. But it's you. I want you to believe in you. You know that you have it. All right. Some of you are natural. Romar, no problem. All right. Natural.
A lot of problems.
Say that again.
I have a lot of problems.
Well, thanks. But again, as I said, you
In
get
Jamaica, in the
see
Caribbean, or
See?
exam.
a different educational system there, ladies and gentlemen, compared to the United States. All right. So he's better a student. He had better teachers. He had a better curriculum, a better school system. He's got an advantage. The American school system is designed to fail you. It's designed to hold you back. All right. And so it's designed to condition you, not educate you. So Romar had an advantage. He's not part of the American system. He is now, but fortunately he got the education that he needed. So this all came real natural to him. But if you were in the American school system, what a disadvantage you had 4 hours ago when you first started this class. But now look at you. You can obviously do it, and notice the way your brain works. Notice the excitement that you had when you were actually processing it and putting it all together. All right. You can still hold yourself back with the frustration. So my lesson is don't let that happen. Understand that you have what it takes. You passed your exam. You have your transcripts. You did the math. You can pass the state exam. And the sooner you do that, the sooner you're going to start making some money. Don't come up with excuses.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm running this class again at 6 o'clock. You're welcome to come back again if you want. And tomorrow will be our business class. Tomorrow will be much better than today's class. Something that you're going to need to start a business. You're going to need everything that I'm going to teach you tomorrow. So tomorrow is a business class. These two classes, ladies and gentlemen, are gifts that I give to my students. No other school would have done this for you. All right. I'll stick around for any questions or comments. Otherwise, ladies and gentlemen, I'll see everybody either tonight or tomorrow. Be safe, be healthy, be happy. God will, and I will see you when I see you. Enjoy the day. I'll see you when I see you. I'll stick around for questions or comments.
Can you slide over so I can take a picture of the board? Thank
And
you.
remember, I am recording this class.
Okay.
I'll send you a link.
All right. Don't
It's going to take
forget.
about an hour or so for me to download it to YouTube because it's a 4-hour class. So it takes about an hour. But in any event, I'll download it and then I'll send you guys a link.
And then you'll send us the link to the business class tomorrow.
Yes, when we're done, we're going to record tomorrow's class as well. Yes.
Okay.
Thank
Okay.
you so
I'll wait.
much.
Thank you so much. See
You're
y'all
very
later.
welcome.
Thank you for being patient. Adila, have a good night.
You too, John. Thank you for working with me, babe.
Warren, thank you for being patient with me and going back over that stuff with me because I was getting frustrated.
I saw it, Joan, and I didn't want that happening. I didn't want your blood pressure going up, you getting frustrated. And so I wanted to be there with you to help you get through it. And your foot just kept slipping off the pedal for one reason or another. So now we got you with good traction.
The bike analogy cracked me up because I was sitting here thinking, I'm just gonna get off the damn bike. That means I can't ride.
And that just came to me out of the clear blue, so, it's not like I prepped and did that in the class before. That first time I ever used that bike pedal analogy. This was the first time.
All right, so I'll try to see you tonight. If not, I'll see you tomorrow morning.
Excellent. Enjoy.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. You're very welcome.
Mr. Warren,
Yes, Jeanette.
I want to ask you a question. I received something in the mail about real estate broker commission. What you call it? Antitrust settlement.
Yep.
It says if you had sold your home and paid a commission to the real estate agent, you must be a part of a class action settlement.
It didn't say you must be. It said you might